So good evening, everyone. Today is Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021, believe it or not. I look forward to working with you this evening. We have a pretty busy agenda for tonight, so I'd like to call the meeting to order and start with the roll call, please.
Joseph Di Benedetto,
Present.
Christine Caniglio,
Present.
Tawana Rivera, Rashmi Krishnaraj.
Present.
Hi, Rashmi. Victor
Hi.
Lee,
Present.
Lily Wigianti.
Present.
Hi, Lily. Akila Sorio, Monica Patino,
Present.
Edward Kim,
Present.
Brooke Sturgeon,
Present.
and Anne-Marie Knable.
Tawana's logging in.
Okay. She's in.
Yeah.
Tawana.
Yes, hi, how are you?
Hi, Tawana. Okay, I'm marking you present. Okay, everyone's here, Joe.
Good evening. So we have a full council present. Nice to see everyone. Welcome to our meeting. Carly, let's go. Can you put the January minutes on the screen so we could approve on that?
Okay, give me a second.
Thank you.
Did you send me those, Carly? I don't remember getting them from you.
Yes, you want them?
Yeah, I didn't put them on the website.
Okay, give me one second.
I need a chance. Yeah, you can put it on screen first. It's fine. I'll put it online later.
All right, give me a second, guys. Sorry.
And I'm short.
You having a hard time?
No, can you see it now?
No.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, guys. Why can't I? Can you see what I'm doing now?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so
Sorry.
we take a minute as a council, if we could review the minutes from January, and I'll entertain any motions to approve.
Tell me when to scroll.
You can scroll a little bit down. Scroll a little bit more, Carly, please. Thank you.
That's too much?
We're going too fast?
Sorry. I'll go back.
I think we're okay. Is that the bottom of it?
That's it. The
Okay.
rest is the calendar meeting, the business meeting.
Do I hear any motions to approve?
I motion, Joe, Rashmi.
Thank you, Rashmi. Rashmi made the motion. Does anyone second the motion?
I second the motion.
Okay, who was that? I'm sorry.
Akila second.
Thank you, Akila. Okay, so the minutes are hereby approved. We have a busy schedule this evening. We have a lot of things we'd like to talk about. I'm going to be brief in my report, but tonight we are going to hear a little bit about CEC elections. We have a presentation on special education. We have the C4E presentation, and we have a lot going on. So I just want to announce to the community that our virtual town hall event is confirmed for Wednesday, March 3rd, 1 month from today, from 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. to Richard A. Carranza. Please register for this event at our CEC link or the link that you use to come on to our meeting this evening. We are also asking for questions, or we're taking a survey, a questionnaire, whatever you want to call it. And we are looking at that. So if you register early and get us your questions early, as your community representatives, we will do our best to present your questions to the Chancellor. I also received notification this afternoon from Benjamin Goodman at School Construction Authority that the construction project at PS 169 Bell Academy is scheduled to recommence on Monday, February 9th. A letter will go out to the community explaining to the neighbors the hours of operation, which are Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And the project is to bring an additional 488 seats to the school. And the project is tentatively scheduled to be completed by February 25th, 2025. I also want to remind our community that CEC elections are commencing, and you may submit your, well, I'm going to have the representative from FACE come on to explain the election process, and hopefully Pamela Johnson is here from FACE. Is she here?
I don't,
Okay, so we'll wait a few minutes before she comes on.
yes, you see,
Hi,
I saw her
Pamela.
name. I was gonna say, I think I did see her
you.
name.
Okay.
Yes.
But before we do that, I want to just briefly speak to our superintendent for a brief report, and we can move on with our meeting.
Okay.
Superintendent Domingo?
Yep. I'll go through some of my information very quickly so we can move on to the CEC, and then our, the CEC elections, and then our special education presentation. And then I will be doing the contracts for excellence presentation this evening as well, following our special ed presentation. So just a few announcements. I know that many of you have heard of the school experience survey. I actually spoke about this at President's Council, and the link is live and it will close this Friday. So we encourage all families to participate in this quick survey by visiting the DOE public website, which is schools.nyc.gov, and then backslash experience survey. The survey is short and you do not need an access code to complete it. And it really is the DOE wanting to get perspective on what remote learning looked like from parents and for children in grades 6 through 12. And District 25 has a very low participation rate. So if our teachers and students and families can participate, we would appreciate it. As I said at our last meeting, please continue to submit your COVID-19 testing consent forms for middle school students in blended learning. We have not gotten the date yet when middle schools will be opening, but they are asking the districts and the principals to prepare for that opening. So part of that work, your schools may be reaching out to you if you have not submitted your COVID-19 consent form. It's quick and easy. If you've already submitted it, we encourage you to double check to ensure your student has the latest form on file. There's 2 easy ways to submit. You can fill out your form online using your New York City Schools account, or you can print and sign the form and have your child bring it to school on the first day they're back in the school building. A printable PDF file is available on the DOE public website in 10 languages. Middle school admissions, apply to middle school by February 9th. You can apply to the 12 programs that we have with your child, or you can apply to up to 12 programs with your child's middle school application. Visit myschools.nyc to create or log into your My Schools account, access your child's application, and explore their middle school options and apply online. As we have always said, your first connection and resource should always be your child's school guidance counselor, and they should be able to guide you with any questions or concerns that you have. High school admissions. Apply to high schools by February 23rd. You can apply to up to 12 programs with your personalized high school application. Visit myschool.nyc to access your My Schools account and explore high school program options, build your application, and apply online. Visit myschools.nyc to register for LaGuardia High School auditions. The deadline to register is February 23rd. The deadline to apply for kindergarten is over. If you miss the kindergarten application deadline, you can add your child to program wait lists online by visiting myschools.nyc. 3K and pre-K admissions, but just so you know, currently District 25 does not have 3K. The pre-K admissions will open on February 24th, and the deadline to apply is April 7th. So we have a new interim acting principal. The District 25 family wants to send our love and best wishes to the principal of PSMS 200, Mr. Kevin McCullough, as he embarks on a new journey with his family in their move to Arkansas. Beginning March 1st, Tracy Harrison will be serving as interim acting principal of PSMS 200, and we welcome her to the PSMS 200 community. Ms. Harrison is not new to the District 25 family. She is currently an assistant principal at PS 24, and we are very happy to have her in her new leadership role. So congratulations, Ms. Harrison. COVID-19 school closures as of today, Wednesday, February 3rd, are as follows. PS 165, and these are full school closures. PS 165, PS 209, PS 29, PS 201, and PS MS 200. And schools that have classroom closures are PS 154, PS MS 219, PS 163, IS 237, PS 244, PS 20, PS 22, and PS 169. For families who are interested, there is a map to check out school closures in our district or across the city, and you can find it under quick links on the DOE website and click on the daily COVID case map for that information. And that is my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Domingo. So before we move on to our next portion, Ms. Johnson, are you here? There you are, I see you. Welcome to our meeting. Ms. Johnson is from FACE, and she's going to talk about CEC elections.
I have a PowerPoint presentation. It's a brief one. Can I just
Of course,
share it?
of course.
Thank you.
Carly,
able
can
to?
you make her a co-host?
I'm good.
Oh, you're good. You got it. Good.
So my name is Pamela Johnson, and I'm here from FACE, and I'm here to talk about the CEC elections. I know we've been to most of the CECs, but I actually have the information on the online application. So the first thing to remember is that it's different this year. It's no more selectors, which was the president, secretary, and the treasurer. Now every child, every parent of a child in a New York City public school can vote. And the way that they do that is through NICSA. So you have to have a NICSA account. If you do not have a NICSA account, I can guarantee you that your parent coordinator is looking for you, because everyone is trying to get their numbers up and everyone wants to have 100 in their school. So if you have not done it yet, please do so. How can you participate? Number one, you're here at a CEC meeting and you can see what the commitment is and how you can serve on a CEC. So to apply for a seat, it already started. It was February 1st and it ends on February 28th. And then the voting is May 1st through May 11th. I'm just gonna, some back information. There are 32 CEC councils, 4 are citywide. That's a total of 36. The 4 citywides are Citywide Council for High School, Citywide Council for Special Education, and Citywide Council for English Language Learners, and the D75. And they advise on their population and they issue reports, whereas the CECs, of course, you guys are doing a town hall. You advise on educational policies, zoning, and you collaborate with student improvement with the superintendent. So how do you determine as a parent or as a parent coordinator trying to explain this to a parent? This parent right here is Nia, and Nia has a special education daughter, and she's in CEC 24, and she also has a son in CCHS. So Nia is able to run for CCSE, CEC 24, and CCHS. And this is the same thing as well with Vladimir. His son is an L student, CCELL, and it's in District 14. So he's able to run for both of these councils. Now, you have to go into Nixa. So it is the My Student account, mystudent.nyc. Once you go in, it is already preloaded with the student's information. It will direct you to the right council, and it will reduce your completion time. So this is what it looks like. And when you get into it, you would have to click Apply Now. You will see your students, you see what grade, and you will click Apply Now. And when you click Apply Now, it will take you into the application. Council eligibility, it will already have for you what you are eligible for. And it says, do you wish to apply for a citywide council for English language learners, or you do not wish to apply? And you must check which one either you want to apply or you don't. And then after that, you'll get this council preference box. And in this box, you will have to, the ones that you selected that you wanted to apply for, you will now have to select which is your first choice and your second choice. Once you've done that, you will go into the next page, and it's the candidate statement. You're only allowed 650 words, and there isn't a spelling or spell check on it. You can cut and paste into this area right here, but we just wanted to show you where it says children and don't is misspelled and class is misspelled, to let you know that you really should edit it before you put it into the candidate statement, because that candidate statement is going to be used later on when they create a brochure or bulletin for you. And you must check, I choose not to submit a statement. If you choose not to, you don't actually have to. And I'm almost done because I know you're pressed for time. So it's really important that you definitely, if you and your husband are the custodial parent of a child and you want to run, you need to have separate accounts. What I'm finding is that one parent, the mother will say, oh, you know what, I will just use my husband's email. And then when she goes to apply as a candidate, his name pops up, not her. So you really need to have separate accounts. So now the same school rule applies. Two parents cannot run for, you can run for many councils, but if you have 5 children, one is a CEC, one is a D75, and one is a high school. If one parent wants to run for the CEC, they can. If one parent wants to run for the D75, they can. What you cannot do is have both of you run for the CEC because of the same student rule. You can apply for multiple councils. You only can sit on one. So when you do your ranked choicing, just make sure that you put your first choice first. Now the voting is a little bit different. The voting is 1 vote per child. So if you have a child who is in CEC 10, and actually the orange kind of grayed out, blocked out, is the child's name. And what you'll do is you'll go to start, it will come up with the candidates and the candidates information, and you can select which candidate you would choose for the CEC. Same thing with CEC 14, also with CCSE. And as you can see, they probably have 2 children who are in special education. They probably have a child in who's in the L program, and or in the D75 program. And here you can see that they actually have a child who's in high school. So once you complete one, it will bounce you back. It will take it off the list, and you'll be able to vote in the next CEC or next council that comes up. And just to remember the timeline, that February 1st through the 28th, you can apply to be a candidate. After that, you won't be able to do it. And that's why there's such a big push for you to sign up for Nixa. is because you need that account to be able to be a candidate and to vote. March 15th and the 30th are candidates forums. We will reach out to your parent president's councils and figure out a date where we can have that. May 1st through the 11th, you vote. And on June 26th, you take your term, and that's July 2021 to June 30th, 2023. And that is basically, this is the last slide. How can you participate? Make sure you get your NICSA account. If you can't link your student, go to your parent coordinator. You're already here at a CEC meeting. Make sure you get the word out to other parents and let them know that they need to have a NICSA account, and to encourage them to run for the CEC, because you want a CEC that's diverse and is populated. Nobody wants a CEC that doesn't have enough members on it. And because this is new and it's online, there might be some trepidation from parents who are not tech savvy, but if you are, you please help buddy up with a parent and make sure that they have their NICSA account. And if they're interested in running, please help them. You can forward emails and flyers from the campaign. And that is the end of the ProudPoint presentation. And I just want to encourage every parent here to please run for the CEC, and it's well worth your, well worth being on it. It was very rewarding for me as a parent from D11, as a president from D11 and on CCHS. I don't think there's anything that I've done which is more rewarding. So I just want to thank you for having me tonight and putting me in the last minute. And you can email me the questions, because I know your meeting has to go on.
Thank you, Pamela.
Thank you, Pamela. That was quick, efficient, and perfect. So thank you. As a CEC member, and as the council can tell everyone joining us, we are all advocates for our own kids, but it's nice to advocate for the students in the community and be the voice for the community. So my experience as a CEC member was very rewarding, as Ms. Johnson has stated, and I encourage anyone who wants to get involved to please do sign up and register and apply for CEC position. Thanks again. And like Ms. Johnson had indicated, if you need help signing on to your NICSA account, please contact your parent coordinator at your child's school. Okay, so now we have our special education presentation, and the CEC has a special committee run by Akila Osorio, Anne Marie Knable, Brooke Sturgeon, and Christine Coniglio. So I am going to allow them to take the floor once we have our presentation, but I want to introduce to you Antonetta Indarelli. She is the Administrator of Special Education for Queens North, and her team. And I'll let Antonetta introduce them. But Antonetta, you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes, you may begin.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I will start by saying good evening. And again, my name is Antonetta Indarelli. I am an administrator of special education. I'm one of the administrator of special educations for Queens North. At this time, I am serving as an interim point person for our team due to our director's recent retirement. I'd like to begin with thanking Superintendent Domingo and all of you for inviting us, the Queens North Borough Office team, to your CEC meeting this evening. We will introduce our team and share with you how our borough office supports our schools in District 25. We will also address some questions you brought to Superintendent Domingo around concerns you have. Louis, next slide, please. I will introduce our borough office team, and I will begin with Damarine Reyes. Damarine Reyes is our Special Education Community Support Coordinator. Damarine provides a direct support for parents when there is an issue or concern that needs to be addressed. Karen Tedesco is the Administrator for Special Education for the district. Karen provides support to our schools, ensuring our students receive their program and services as they are mandated on their IEPs. Jacqueline Atkins is our Specialized Student Support Lead. Jackie provides support to schools with special education instruction and professional development for our administrators, teachers, and paraprofessionals. Martin Polomsky, Lois Pupello, and Maria Whisker are our related service coordinators. They provide support to schools when mandates for occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech, and counseling cannot be covered in the school. I will now introduce our Family Support Coordinator, Damarine Reyes.
Next slide, please. Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm Damarine Reyes, the Special Education Community Support Coordinator. I support parents and guardians with inquiries regarding students' IEP mandates, liaise with the BCO team, superintendent's office, and school administration to address concerns raised by family. I just want to point out with these 2 bullets that I do contact families. We discuss the escalations and concerns. I then collaborate with the BCO teams. Now that can be someone from the special education team, supervisor of psychologists, or the related service unit. And our goal is to address and resolve these concerns in a timely manner. I also partner with the special education office to resolve various communications made by parents. Just to give you a couple examples, it could be a transportation issue or a parent who's interested in having their child evaluated for special education services. If you need further support or concerns addressed, please contact your school administration, contact your district superintendent's office. You can send an email to the inbox of the special education office at specialeducation@schools.nyc.gov. You can call 311. And last but not least, you can contact me at dreyes3@schools.nyc.gov. Thank you for your time, and I will now hand it over to Jacqueline Atkins, and she'll take you through the next few slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Hi, everyone. This is Jackie Atkins. My video click seems to be not working. So you're going to hear my voice, and later I will try to fix it. However, for the next few minutes, I'm going to give you a brief overview of how we provide instructional support to our schools.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Lois. One way we provide instructional support is through a request from the superintendent's team or from a school administrator. It could come directly from a principal or an assistant principal. We work on a problem of practice identified by the school, or in cases where the problem of practice is not clearly identified, we will work with the team to analyze some data, to maybe do a school walkthrough, do some observations, and just work with the team to determine where we can find outcomes to improve what students with disabilities do instructionally. Then we design a targeted professional learning. For example, if a school wants to improve the way they write IEPs, we would design a professional learning targeted at crafting quality IEPs. We would unpack an IEP, the evaluation results, the present level of performance, the goals, and just target those areas that the school wants to improve. If the school wants to strengthen IEC practices, integrated co-teaching practices, for example, we would work with a teacher team, a grade, or an entire ICT department to strengthen instructional practices for both general and special education teachers. Another way we provide instructional support is working with teachers to design and implement specially designed instruction, helping teachers to remove barriers to instruction that will provide students with the access to access grade level material and grade level activities. Also, through specially designed instruction, we support teachers in embedding accommodations and modification into instructional planning so that students have access. In addition, we focus on high leverage practices in special education. For example, of the 22 high leverage practices, explicit instruction could be one of the high leverage practices we focus on. It could be teaching one student a strategy or small group of students a strategy to close the gap in skills so that they're able to access grade level material. And finally, we encourage cross-functional teamwork. For example, we partner with our colleagues from teaching and learning to ensure that our school administrators and teachers engage in best practices in instructional design and implementation, and that equity and access are built into instructional design to allow positive outcomes for our school communities and for our students with disabilities. So working closely with the superintendent and principals, engaging in finding out what the problem of practice is, looking at data, maybe some school walkthroughs, are some of the ways that we design professional learning targeted to specific outcomes for our schools. And these are just some of the ways that we support our schools to improve students with disabilities across District 25. So Antonetta is going to take you through the next few slides.
Thanks, Jackie. To continue outlining our borough office supports, we meet with our special education liaisons monthly. Each of our District 25 schools has a point person that attends our trainings around best practices to deliver instruction and support services. These individuals are expected to share the information from the monthly meetings to their school communities and ensure current policies and procedures are followed. In addition, the borough office collaborates with all stakeholders to make certain all our students receive their programs and services. Next slide, please. Thanks, Lois. Earlier, I introduced Martin Polonsky, Lois Papello, and Maria Wiska, who are our related service coordinators. Each of them collaborates and works closely with supervisors of related services, as well as any contracted agencies and independent providers to secure all related service mandates for our students. Now I will introduce our supervisor of psychologists for the district, Ms. Stephanie Davis.
Sorry, I was on mute. Good evening, everyone. I'm Stephanie Davis, the supervisor psychologist for the district, as Antoinette mentioned. And I'm just going to give a brief overview of how I support the schools within the district. So I support elementary, middle, and high school social workers and psychologists with the timely completion of IEPs. I support teams in making sure that they have all the necessary testing equipment and tools needed to complete psychoeducational assessments. I also help in securing assessments that may need to be completed by outside agencies so that we are sure that teams have all the data needed to make appropriate IEP recommendations. I support teams in maintaining and improving their clinical competence by providing information for professional learning opportunities, as well as presenting professional learning for clinicians myself. I review student IEPs in order to make sure that clinicians are developing quality IEPs. I also make sure that clinicians have access to various supports within the DOE to help with the facilitation of completing assessments and supports in making recommendations to specialized programs for special education students within the DOE. I consult with school-based teams to make sure they are working within compliance, as well as remaining mindful of recommending the least restrictive environment appropriate for the student following the continuum of services. I consult and collaborate with various stakeholders within the schools, whether it be a principal, an assistant principal, an IEP teacher, and the borough office, which can be an AZ or a supervisor in another department, with the goal of making sure that students in schools have all the supports needed for student success. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Suzanne Sanchez. She's our Senior Director of Therapy Services.
Hi, good evening, everybody, and thank you for having me here tonight. I'm always excited and to be invited into these kinds of meetings and panels. So thank you very much. First, I want to just say that acknowledge before we dig in a little bit that during this remote learning period, parents as partners has really taken on strength and a different level of meaning, and to thank all of the families for supporting your related service providers, because they certainly cannot do their full best without family support during the remote learning time. So I just wanted to acknowledge everybody on that. And we can go to the next slide. There. When we are talking about related services in the school environment, I think it's important to just call out that the guiding philosophy and the purpose of related services in school are to help a student achieve their educational goals. So related services are in place to help a student achieve their IEP annual goals. And services should always be delivered in the least restrictive environment as much as that's possible, and integrated back into the classroom, either in the remote or the in-person learning environment. Related services are closely coordinated with students, teachers, and any other members of the student's IEP team to ensure that annual goals are supportive and integrated with each other. Related services are reassessed annually to determine what services, if any, and at what level a student requires each year at the time of their annual review. And services are developed and coordinated based on the student's present level of performance in their IEP. And any related service provider who's working with a student will contribute to the present level of performance to ensure that the IEP is developed with both quality and accuracy. There are many questions about related services during this pandemic and during blended learning. And I want to really convey that there are many people within the DOE here to support the provision of related services. First and foremost, as with everything, a family who has a question about their child's services, and that could be any question. It could be quality of service, timeliness, who's providing the service, should reach out to their school's principal or designated administrator. If at any time a family believes they would like or could benefit from additional support, they can always reach out to their district superintendent and email the special education at schools inbox. That email box is monitored several times a day, and we respond to families typically within 48 hours of their request. The supervisors for related services are listed here, and each service has their own supervisor. So the supervisor of speech for this district is Kelly Marzan. Wendy Brownstein is the supervisor of physical therapy, and Shelly Segev is one of the supervisors of occupational therapy, and Joseph Riccobono is the other supervisor of occupational therapy. And their role is to support the providers, the therapists themselves. Their role is to support families, students, schools, and teachers, and work to ensure that services are coordinated and provided timely. Earlier in the presentation, Twinetta mentioned Maria Whisker, who works to obtain services where there is no DOE therapist in the school. And that is also done in close contact with the supervisors of OT, PT, or speech. And I understand there were some questions around the provision of related services. And I want to just inform everybody that whether your child's related services are being provided by a DOE provider or a non-DOE provider, the expectation for timely and quality service provision are the same for both of those providers. And if at any time a family member has a question about their child services, whether they're provided by a DOE or a non-DOE provider, they should always reach out to their school principal or designee and or any of the other contacts listed here. Our goal is to ensure that students receive services as timely as possible. As with many things related to education, the provision of related services during this pandemic has been a great challenge. And that's why I start off by acknowledging and thanking our family members who have supported providers and their children during this time, because a therapist who's providing a session remotely really relies on the adult or the caregiver who's with the child on the other end of that computer screen. And the work can't be done without families and caregivers. So there are some questions about how does the DOE ensure that all students are receiving their related services? And while it is a complicated process, it is a process that's in place very strongly. We monitor, along with the Borough Community Office, we monitor all children who have an IEP recommended for related service and determine if a provider's been assigned to them. And if not, we work as quickly as possible with the school and our contract agency partners to ensure a provider is assigned to that student or that student's school as quickly and with as high quality as is possible. This year, just like with DOE staff, there are fewer agency therapists who are available to work in person. And we have been navigating that just like schools are navigating that in some schools, there are teachers who have accommodations and are working remotely. There are also related service providers who have accommodations and are working remotely. So we work together with the borough office to ensure that a provider is assigned to each school. And we also monitor quality of services, timeliness of services, and ensure that students are receiving the recommendations that are mandated in their individualized education plans with the same frequency and duration that is agreed upon with the family. There are also a few questions around who monitors non-DOE or outside providers. And those providers are monitored with their agency supervisors, with school administrators, and with data tracking that's done by the Department of Education, the Special Education Office. So we are working aggressively and very structuredly to ensure that students are receiving their services to the greatest extent possible during this pandemic and blended learning model. Thank you, Antoinetta. You're still muted, Antoinetta, just so you know.
I didn't realize. I knew the camera was on, but not the mute. Sorry. So before we began, I didn't inform everyone to use the chat if they had any questions. So we do have time to take a question or two. If you want to throw it into the chat, by all means, but if you would like to unmute yourself and ask the question, we will do our best to provide an answer.
So Antoinette, are you done with the presentation, or you just wanted to comment that if there's questions to put it in the comment box?
So we can take a question or two at the moment, and then if it's a question that we are unable to answer, or if there are additional questions that we just can't get to, there is a link on the slide, and I'm going to put the link in the chat as well, that parents can open a form and record their question on a form, and then we will also follow up that way.
Okay, so I just want to correct myself. I earlier stated that our Special Education Committee, I think I didn't have all the correct members, but the CEC has a Special Education Committee that apparently sat with the superintendent, and I want to thank the superintendent for coordinating this team to come here this evening. But Akila, Anne Marie, and Brooke sat on the team, And Akelia Osario is our IE parent representative for our CEC. So I'd like to, put Akelia on if she doesn't mind. But before I do that, I think I wanted to have Danielle DeMango come on for a moment as well. Danielle, you there?
Yep. Yes, thank you guys. So before the committee comes on, I just want to say that I want to thank them for the meeting we had over the past couple of weeks. The one, and I want to thank everyone today from the borough office and from Central for presenting, and I know that our committee does have some questions that they're going to ask. I think one of the highlights that the committee was focused on, and I know that they are going to do their own parent work together as a group to decide how they want to get information from the community so they can better present their needs to the superintendent's office and to Central. But one of the things that they did highlight is they felt that a lot of parents feel that the only people that they can connect with is at the school level. And so what we wanted to present tonight, and Antonetta and team, you really did a great job at this, is talking about how we do have a lot of supports in our borough offices that support our district schools, but there are also outlets and connections to those people that parents can have access to, right? So for example, Jackie Atkins, who was on here earlier, she does a lot of professional learning in District 25. She mentioned the different types of professional learning that she plans, but in speaking with Antonetta, one of the things that we talked about that came from the special ed subcommittee was that they feel the SBST teams and the SIT teams in the schools may need additional training from what they're hearing from parents, right? And how perhaps the training should be focused on how these teams are ensuring that parents really do understand all of the resources that are available to them. So that is something, because they presented to me, that, I will be sitting down and speaking to Jackie about. The other person that I think is really important for the community to know about, you can always call my office, and Esther and Jinmei are there to field any questions or concerns that you have. But our point person and our resource is always Danny Reyes, right? So Danny, I want to thank you for being here. Danny is that parent. She is the Esther for the special ed office, right? So you call her with questions and concerns, and she liaises to the entire borough team, questions and concerns that parents may have. So she just named a few, but I could tell you that Danny can take, parent concerns in all different directions. So we wanted the community to be aware. And Louis, if you could go back, because I think it's really important for parents to see their options, because that is really important for, and I believe for parents to know that the school isn't the only place. The school should be the first place, right? That's where the conversations start to happen. But there are other places for parents to contact if they feel that there may be some concerns or questions that they have beyond the school, right? So the first place is to always speak to your school's administration. You can contact my office. You can email specialeducation@schools.nyc.gov, call 311, or contact Danny, right? And Danny, I'm going to put you out there and say, like, as a parent, she'd be the first person that I would go to. She's extremely knowledgeable. She knows District 25. She's aware of our schools, and she is very responsive. So I just want to thank her for that. So the other piece that I really did appreciate in working with the subcommittee is they did submit questions on behalf of the community. So I just want to put out there, and Carly, if you could put in the chat for the community to know, if you do have special education concerns that you would want the CEC to address with these offices, then, please feel free to contact them, because what the special ed committee is really going to do is they want to be able to get information from the community so they then can gather it and then continue to use the resources that were presented tonight to sort of to be able to offer more resources for our larger community. So I'm going to turn it over to Akila, because, you know, one thing that I've said about Akila is she's been on the CEC from the very start. She's been talking about parent advocacy for special ed students and their families. So Akila, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. One of the questions that the subcommittee did have was when a child has services that they did not receive, are they entitled to get retroactive services? We were told at one point, if a child's supposed to receive 5 sessions a week and they only receive 2, do they get the other 3 made up at a later time? Is that possible?
Hi, this is Suzanne, and I can answer that very important question, especially during these times. The answer is yes. And we will be working with schools to identify students that are eligible to receive compensatory or makeup services over the summer. And we will be inviting those students to attend summer-related services, either in person or remotely, whichever way works best for the family.
Okay, so the school would have that information. Are the parents going to be given that information to let them know that, you know, this is part of the process for the made up services?
Absolutely. Schools do have that information. I also mentioned that we do basically data tracking of which students are, of how many sessions a week each student is receiving. So we also use the data tracking system. We talk to the providers at the school. We speak to the school IEP teams and school leadership. So we cast a really wide net, but at any time, if a family is concerned that their child is entitled or should be receiving makeup services, they can absolutely reach out to their school administrator, that special education inbox. My email is on one of the slides as well. My email is ssanchez8@schools.nyc.gov. So we can take those requests directly. But yes, we will be reviewing all student records to determine who's eligible to receive makeup services over the summer.
Okay, another question. Not all parents know how to reach out to advocate for their children. Not all parents, besides school, you know, the school base, they don't know who else to go to outside of the school. How often do you reach out to the parents that are not receiving certain services for their children? Like, is anyone reaching out to them directly and saying, we noticed that your child's supposed to receive speech therapy, and there's, you know, there's nothing happening remotely. We noticed that we don't have a contract with an outside vendor. Are these parents being contacted about services for their children?
Yeah, we have been contacting parents this year more than in years before, because kind of 2 reasons. One is to talk about scheduling services for their child. If we don't have a provider, how we're going to get one. But the other reason is also because we have to be in contact with parents in order to schedule those remote therapy, those teletherapy sessions. And in a lot of cases, when we have trouble or difficulty reaching parents, if the provider can't reach them, we instruct the provider to reach out to someone at the school directly, a family worker, or a parent coordinator, to reach out to the families that way. So we try to reach out to families, and we will certainly be sharing. I don't know how the DOE is going to communicate. I don't know if it'll be on the DOE, you know, the main page on their website, or if they'll share information with schools specifically. But as we get closer to the summer, this information and the opportunity for summer services will be shared with all families.
Okay, real quick, do you see a drastic change in with children with IEPs, disabilities, whatever, dropping drastically remotely? Do you feel that you see more children working better when they are having in-service more than remotely? And if you see that, if this is a problem, all over the district, or through the Board of Ed, what changes are being made to assist these children into getting better grades, getting the support that they need further. I mean, because not all parents know how to advocate for their children. And I can sit on the CEC and I still learn to this day different things. As just being in this meeting here, this presentation, I'm learning. So for parents that are not this involved, that have, you know, a very tight schedule with working, child with a disability, things of that nature, how do we get in contact with them? How do we reach out to them? How do we make sure that the child is actually getting the education that they deserve and that they are passing? Because a lot of these children with IEPs are not passing, they're just getting by, they're just making it because either, you know, they may not be interested. Their attention span can be low. You know, they're not engaging like they're supposed to. So how do we get in, you know, help these parents out besides just, you know, telling them that they can reach this number or this email?
Suzanne, I can actually answer that question.
Great.
So one of the things, and because of Akila and her advocacy that we've been really talking about a lot in the district is, you know, the needs of our special education students and the impact of remote learners. And it is one of the reasons, and I do want to thank all the principals on today, that we have worked as a district to ensure that all of our students can return to school 5 days a week. And the first subgroups of students that we asked for schools to look at were our special education service students who we believe needed that additional in-school support. Once we did that and put that in place, so all of our schools are ready to provide services 5 days a week to our students. All of our elementary schools, once again, our principals have done a phenomenal job in ensuring that we can go 5 days a week. Right now, most of our middle schools are there. The other middle schools are working to ensure all students can go 5 days a week. But the mandate is especially our most struggling learners to be able to do that. Now, when that happened, what this did do is it opened up opportunities for us to be able to target students in school differently, but also to focus differently on our remote learners that need additional supports at home. That came from the district focus on MTSS, which was a big push for us this year. So once we did that and our programming became stable in the district, we are looking at students who are not doing well through the lens of student engagement. So in the visits that Dr. D'Antona and I are doing at schools, it is part of the conversation that we're having with principals, really to address, Akila, exactly what you're talking about, right? So I think it was us looking at what was happening during the pandemic, utilizing the resources that we have and the supports that were coming from the Central Special Ed Office and the borough special ed supports, our focus on making sure that our students that need to be in school 5 days are in school 5 days. For me, I wanted everyone in school 5 days. Our principals were phenomenal in doing that. And now we are doing that targeted look at students who are struggling in many ways. And we've talked about this as a CEC and as parent leaders that, you know, there are a lot of different learners that are not successful during this pandemic. So what I can say is, especially for special education, we're looking at making sure that those kids that want to be in 5 days are, and for those whose families choose to keep them fully remote, that we're targeting them differently as well now.
So Danielle, just one thing, because I think Akila was questioning about how are you targeting those students that are at home and remote, right? Akila, is that what you were asking also? I mean,
right. And their grades are slipping.
As opposed to if the parents or the student cannot go to school, how are these special education students' needs addressed for the remote learners? Is something done at this point?
Right. That's what I was saying. When the schedules were changed and became more stable, we were able to target additional supports that were inclusive of attendance, social emotional learning, and also meeting the needs of students' IEPs in a more strategic way because we had that stability. So the focus is, when everyone was home, it was difficult. We allowed opportunities for people to come back 5 days a week. And a lot of our students are choosing to do that. And a lot of our special education students are choosing to do that. But for our special education students that are home, we now have the ability and focus to target them differently, right? So check-ins with teachers differently, making sure that students are, coming into school through our attendance teams and our social emotional learning teams, having different types of targeted small group work, working in different intervention programs. So all of those, as we redesigned our programs, have now been included and incorporated, that students are receiving those supports in school, but they're also receiving them at home as well.
So the school is being proactive on that issue, correct? It's not that they're waiting for the parents to react, right?
Well, I go with what Suzanne was saying, that it really does, it did take a village when it came to this. And I think a lot of parents were proactive prior, right? They were worried. They were watching student engagement at home and watching it fall. Today I was complaining about my own son laying in his bed while he was in school, and so a lot of our responses did come from parent concern. So it was both, right? It was teachers really wanting to support students, looking at ways to raise student engagement, looking at our opportunities for us to target student learning in different ways. We also, as we had discussed throughout the past couple of meetings, remember that District 25 gave our iReady and MAP assessments in October. We also are finishing them up now for our mid-year, and our schools are looking at student growth and those that are struggling. And once again, we're forming targeted RTI groups based on that and providing services. So that is a focus that Dr. Mike and I are talking to our principals when we do visit their schools around how you're taking that data, and then also how you're supporting teachers to look at student growth over time as the year is progressing, and how we can organize students in groups in that way, and training teachers to do that.
Is anything working though? Do you see any type of change with the support that you're talking about that is allowing the children that were struggling to get better, or are they still struggling? Do you see any progress in anything? Because that something is working,
So individual schools have been talking about it over time, right? So we looked at our first MAP assessments, and teachers worked together in groups, and the agreement between the UFT and the Department of Education, where teachers were meeting together for planning. And during that time, that's exactly what our teachers were looking at. They were looking to make sure that areas of weakness that were being targeted through our first assessment were being addressed in units of study. And teachers were using formative assessment all along to track that work. And I see that in a lot of different ways. I see that in school visits. I see that in teacher tenure binders, when teachers are, gathering information for their own tenure. And now we're going to start looking at it closely at the district level, from looking at the second benchmark assessments that are given. So I can't necessarily speak 100% to that this month, Akila, but I can next month, because we'll have all that data in place.
I only ask because, with children being home, working remotely, it's really different from being in school. So you give me iReady in school, you have a teacher standing there, she's an educator, he's an educator. So you're here to put your mind onto that test, and you're going to focus. When you're home and you're giving me iReady, I'm going to play. I'm going to push that little button. I may not put my all into the test as I would being in school. So how does it really benefit them if they're not putting 1,000% into that test as if they would if they was into the school? Like, how would you get more of an accurate assessment if you have a parent who probably doesn't know how to read and they can't help the child, and then the child is struggling, they can't get the support that they need? So how does the assessment really work now for remote with children with disabilities if it is not really accurate?
So we'll say one thing, because they are assessments, we ask that parents don't help students with assessments, right? We want them to go through productive struggle because of the purpose that we use them for, right? If you're helping your child do an assessment and they're scoring higher, then we're not able to really target the needs of that student, right? Another thing that we've been speaking to students about, and actually when I go and visit teacher classrooms, because right now they're giving the benchmark assessments, I hear teachers really talking about the intent of what those parents are doing, you know, and why we're taking these tests and what that's used for. And I think students, and I can't say it 100% because remember, this is really the first time that we're looking at this in a pandemic, right? So, but we do know that students understand that if they are seen on these assessments to be struggling, then we provide them with supports. So I look at my own son, when he realized that he was going to be put in an RTI group, he took that test differently, you know, so.
Right, but a lot of kids are not, they don't understand that. A lot of parents are not explaining to them, you know, what these assessments really mean because they don't know themselves. So you have some parents who, I'm going to come in the room, make sure you take, you know, get in there, take the test, do what you're supposed to do. And you have other parents that say, did you eat? Are you hungry? You know, the effort is different. When a child is in school, you have a teacher. They know what that teacher stands for, what that means. So they're going to come in with a different attitude. They know. But if you have a parent who's not, you know, behind their child to push them to do exactly what it is that they're supposed to do, helping them or not helping them, you're going to get two different assessments. You know, I could tell my son, if I come in the room, are you taking a test? Focus.
Well, I will say this. So when we're looking very closely at assessments, if we see something like the scenario that you're discussing, then individual teachers do small, you know, one-on-one sessions with students to really assess them in a different kind of way. But what you're bringing up is definitely something that, you know, is a reality that we are looking at. You know, I do know that many of the teachers do sit online with students to help them start assessments and stay online with them. But if you feel that the way your child is taking an assessment at home is not reflective of who they are, then you can always call the school or speak to your child's teacher and really say, like, I want you to look at students in my child in another way, right? Or use other tools to assess their learning.
I know there are a lot of questions that the community wants to ask. I would ask that they put it in the chat, and this way we can have the committee answer the questions. But Akila, was there anything else you wanted to mention?
No. Brooke, you have any questions?
No, you pretty much covered it with the.
Anne-Marie?
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Anne-Marie.
Just backtracking to the makeup sessions for children with IEPs. I have had a lot of parents that have come forward that, you know, they're the ones that have to go to the school and say, is my child getting this? And oftentimes it's that group session or the push-in that they would have had in the classroom that they're not getting in the remote setting. So in that instance, are those group sessions or push-ins part of the makeup sessions that the child would be entitled to later on? And how is, I think the communication piece still isn't clear to me on how the parents are getting that information from the school as far as an IEP. Maybe they're waiting on a therapist still, or they're not able to do the push-ins because it's too difficult to get multiple students together at one time in a remote setting. So they're just eliminating that service, but it's part of the IEP.
Sure,
So,
I would, oh, I'm sorry, are you finished?
oh, that's it.
Okay, so a couple of layers there, but we're providing thousands of group sessions a day, you know, based on largely on the RAD, the Related Service Adaptation Document, that at which time the related service provider communicated with the parent to figure out during blended learning, what is the best way for that child to receive their related services. And we have heard from many families during this time that they prefer individual sessions for their student and not group. And in those cases, that's what we have been providing. And in those cases, no, a makeup session would not be provided because the individual, it was, the agreement between the parent and the provider as to what was best for the student to receive. Where a student did not receive services because we didn't have a provider in place, we have providers that go on maternity leave or leave of absence. And if we're not able to cover it with another provider, or we have a provider who, unfortunately, especially we have had a good bit who have had a long-term absence, or they've had a COVID quarantine or a COVID illness, unfortunately, and we're out. And in those cases, we seek to provide makeup services. And we use tracking from our Encounter attendance system, where the providers have to log their sessions every day, and we match up between what should a student have received and what did they receive. We also reach out to our providers around April, May, and ask them to identify students that they believe are in need of makeup sessions. So we do it that way. We reach out to school staff as well, and families receive a survey in June, an electronic survey that says your child is entitled to summer services, and they're asked to fill out the survey. And also a letter is typically sent home paper mail. This year and this summer, with the pandemic and the way things are evolving and changing, along with what's the Summer in the City team, and that's the general ed summer program, I guess the best way I would describe it. The programs are still being worked out. There are a lot of questions about how the programs are going to run, what they're going to look like this summer. So I don't want to promise something that is not going to come to fruition, but I can say with certainty that any student who missed sessions because of a lack of provider, their family will be communicated with email, paper mail, or through their school, or probably multiple layers, inviting them to participate in summer services. I can't say that they'll be in person. I just don't know. So I don't want to I don't want to commit to something, but summer services have been offered to students for many, many years. We're hoping the students that are eligible this year, that eligibility pool will be increased. Maybe we'll be able to include, to your point early, students who are struggling right now. Maybe they didn't miss any sessions, but they're still struggling. And we hope to be able to invite those students to summer services as well. But again, there are so many moving parts, federal funding and other things, being with that. But anyone who missed services because we didn't have a provider is eligible for makeups and will receive an invitation.
Thank you. Just to clarify though, the group session you said in many instances reverted to an individual. So if they had 2 individual in one group, that's now 3 individual?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
If that's what the family agreed, in some cases, families have said to us, I have multiple children at home, I'm working full time, I can engage and participate in 3 sessions, let's agree on 2. And that's documented. And in that case, it would be 2. But yes, we're not cutting the, it would be 3 in the case you described.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anne Marie. And again, to the public, there is a link in the chat that goes directly to the special ed team. So I would ask you to click on that and ask your questions. I don't know if there are any other subcommittee members that want to comment, and or any other CEC members who want to make a comment or question. I'll entertain that at this time.
Hi, I would like to make a comment. Tawana Rivera.
Hi, Tawana, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Actually, it's more of a question. I wanted to know from the special education department representatives, why is it that the families or the students per se will have to wait until the summer to receive any type of compensatory or makeup services that have not been received up until this time? Because that's a very long time to wait. And unfortunately, some of the children will never be able to catch up and make up for all of the time that they've lost. Why is there such a wait? We've been going through this pandemic since March of 2020. Why has there not been a plan up until now?
Yeah, I think I can address that in terms of related services. I don't know if your question was about their services or program services, but if it's about, like OT, PT, or speech, I agree, Jen, it is an excellent point. And this is something that has been something the DOE's been trying to approve for many years. And so it's tricky. You could be offered additional makeup services now, but we have heard from many families that it's a hardship on a regular year, and it's even more of a hardship now. What we do is we issue, we help the family find a provider if we don't have one. It's called an RSA, and that's a whole other conversation, but it requires a family to bring their child to that place to receive their services, which is at this time really difficult. The other option is to, quote, kind of double up. So give more services to the student during their school week, which for a child with a disability, that's not always as neat and clean as it sounds. It means they're being pulled away from instruction double time. It means they're separated from their class and their peers double time. And that's not always a good thing to do. And so there has to be a discussion with the family, the teacher, and related service provider, if there is one, which in District 25, most schools do have their own providers. And so that's the challenge there. It doesn't mean it can happen, and it does happen. There are times where there's that double up that I mentioned, but it's not a blanket statement because it doesn't work for every student. And there are children who, you're a student with a disability and you have learning challenges. And if you're removed from your academics double time, that creates even more challenges. So it can be done during the school year. It is done. It's just not across the board because it's very individualized to every specific student.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other CEC member who has a question for our special education presenters? Antonetta, are you here? Did you have an opportunity to look in the chat? Is there something you want to comment on, or you want to answer another time?
Yes, I don't think there was anything directly, I believe.
Regarding special education.
Regarding special education, exactly. There is a member that is asking about middle schools reopening. So it's technically not directly to special education. Yeah.
We can address that, after your presentation.
Yes. I feel that they were addressing me and.
Okay, yeah, so these are questions that are directed to the special education presentation. There will be an opportunity for the public during our public speaking time to submit their comments or questions, and we will entertain you at that time. But I'm just focusing right now on our special education presenters and any questions the public may have for them.
Just want to point out to everyone that the slides that we shared from the special ed team are available on the CEC's website. So when you click on that same link, join us to join this meeting, there's a link that says shared meeting documents. And if you just navigate to February 2021, you'll find the PDF of their slides. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Louis.
No problem.
So unless anyone has any other questions for our presenters this evening, I am going to move on to the next topic. But I see, is there some? Okay, Jordan Daly has a question.
Yes, can I have a question? I have a question. So I think my
is it a question or comment?
It's both.
Okay, so if it's a question, I'll entertain questions because I'm going to take comments during the public speaking portion.
Okay. My question is how, besides going and just evaluating IEPs, how are the regressions and losses being assessed from a fidelity standpoint with our kids? Because triennials aren't really taking place. There's a good chance standardized testing is going to be canceled. And so my concern is, and I've seen it, is we've have a lot of kids who have experienced significant academic and skill loss. And how is that being captured and evaluated moving forward? Where's that data and how is it being collected if we're not using like fidelity-based assessments to do that?
Good question. Thank you, Ms. Daly. Hold on. Antonella, you able to answer that question?
I can attempt to answer some of it. It's going to vary by school depending on assessments that each school is doing within their community. But evaluating, the loss, again, using the assessments that the schools are giving to the communities, is going to be a first step for schools to look and see, where the learning loss is and how the students have been doing overall. So that is going to vary from school to school depending on, what they're using. As far as standardized assessments when it comes to evaluations when we're doing an IEP, I can possibly turn to Stephanie Davis just to speak to that for a moment, only because there is some instances where we're able to do those standardized assessments as part of the IEP process or a reevaluation process or an initial process, but then there's some instances that it might not happen depending on the situation. So again, that also is case by case. I don't know if Stephanie wants to just add anything additional to that.
Yes, I can add to that. There still are situations where students are getting standardized testing, whether remotely or in person through agencies, or in some instances, it may still be the school psychologist depending on the situation in each school. There are some clinicians that are working remotely and there are some clinicians that are still working within the buildings. So those opportunities still do exist. They may not be as frequent as we're used to historically because of our present situation. But we have set up where we've had students tested through agencies, like I said, either remotely or in person in some instances at some agencies. So those standardized testing is still happening. Like I said, it's case by case, depending on if your child is attending school in person or if your child is attending school remotely, and if the clinician is in the building or not. So, I can't give a blanket answer, unfortunately, because every situation is different. But we do have situations where we do send out cases for testing.
Because some of the losses have been really profound, and it's just sad. Like some of these kids, this is going to affect them in their adulthood. Like,
I agree. The whole situation has really,
it's just really sad.
It is. I agree. I think all of us can agree that this whole situation has really put our students at a disadvantage, in some aspects because of what's happened, to no one's fault in particular, but just because of our situation. But as Antoinette said, that first, the teachers, when they do their benchmarks and throughout the school year, when they're doing assessments, they can see regression in that way as well. So I think, it's a full team together process, what the teacher is seeing in the classroom, what the psychologist may or may not see if testing is done for special education, but it is something that is being tracked. It's not, we're still tracking progress and regression for students.
And it is a very sensitive topic, especially for those in special education. And what the community seems to be saying is that they're looking for some proactive action on behalf of the special education team, or for the community, because they're probably at wit's end and they need assistance, I'm assuming.
Well, I think, one of the reasons I also want to say a big thank you to the special ed subcommittee, right, guys? Because, this was really the blending of, showing the community how we all work together for children, right? So, and how during this time we have to we have to be honest with each other and really work together to make sure that we're addressing the things that we've all surfaced tonight that are coming from the pandemic. I will say it's really nice to see Stephanie Davis. I never saw her before, but I will tell you, all of you, that schools know her name, because you better be writing your IEPs correctly and you better be following them to provide services to children, right? So to have her here today, just to let you know, she is a huge wealth of knowledge for our schools, but she is also, an advocate for children. So I want to thank you for being here. Stephanie,
You're
tonight.
welcome. Thank you. When I was invited, I said this was a great opportunity for me to be seen by more people. I do visit schools. Of course, I haven't this year, but I am in contact with principals, all of the time. So yes, I am trying to make sure that we're still making the right decisions for our students, especially our SPED students.
And I also wanted to talk about a meeting that I had with the Central Special Education Office this week. One of the things that I went through is a system that superintendents evaluate on a weekly basis now. And they just trained me on it. And I used it to have conversations with 2 of my schools today that really track services to students to make sure they're programmed correctly. And it gives me all the information at the school level that states that, down to the child's name, right? Where I will have a conversation with the principal to say, I want to know why you're saying Danielle Domingo is getting her services, but yet she's not programmed in the system to show that, right? So the city is really using a lot of data tools and pulling from a variety of data sources and putting it at one place, where a superintendent is charged with looking across all of her schools to make sure that students are receiving the services they need. Additionally, principals get weekly reports from the special education office that they're supposed to check similar items to make sure that students are getting the services they need. And if not, that corrections are made either in the data tools or for students to make sure that they're requesting the necessary staff that they need from Central. So I just want to let everyone know that those systems are in place, that I now have begun to use with the schools as well.
Thank you. Akila, do you have any final comments?
I just have a question. When these assessments are being done for the children, are anyone sitting in to make sure, like, do y'all periodically sit into some of these meetings to see that they're being conducted correctly, that the children are receiving the services that they need? Is anyone doing that type of evaluation, or is it only what is being put in the documents?
I don't think that's a me question, right? You're talking about the assessments for.
Like, right, because it's remotely now, is anyone sitting in on any of these IEP meetings to make sure that just to see if that is going properly, that the children are honestly getting the services that they need put into the IEPs?
Well, yes, when teams have IEP meetings, they are, parents are invited, the psychologist is there, teachers are there, and the data is reviewed to make sure any recommendations that are made is based on that data, teacher data, testing data, any data that we have to support a recommendation at that point is put into an IEP. Now, if you're talking about whether or not a student is receiving services after that, that's a different topic. But if you're talking about if a student is getting recommended for services that's appropriate, yes, there's a committee that sits there and makes that IEP team that's at that meeting, which also includes the parent, is part of that process of making the appropriate recommendation based on the data that we have to support it.
Okay. I see that Mandy had her hand up for quite some time. I'm not sure.
I'm going to say to the community, if you have a question, please put it in the chat. If you want time to speak, you have 3 minutes that I'll give to you during the public speaking portion of our meeting. I just want our meeting to move along. So if you do have a question, Mandy, who had their hands raised? Mandy, And anyone else, please put it in the chat and we can address your questions at this point. But like I say, if you want to make a comment, I'll give you the floor for your 3 minutes during our public speaking portion.
Annie L has a question about fully remote learning and evaluations at the same time.
So do you see that in the chat, Antonetta?
I'm sorry, which question? Oh, Annie L. Fully remote kids evaluations aren't as thorough as the in-person ones. So for example, a PT or an OT eval versus a virtual eval. I'm not an expert when it comes to evaluations, but I would imagine that a virtual evaluation, whether it's a psychological or an evaluation around physical therapy or occupational therapy, would be very different remotely versus being in person.
I can speak to that as well, Antoinette, especially on the psychoeducational piece. Yes, the virtual assessments do not look the same as an in-person assessment, just because there's some things that the evaluator can't do over a computer that they would be able to do if the child was sitting right in front of them. So yes, there are some differences, but that's why when we look at data, we look at all data. We look at the data from the testing, we look at the data that the teacher can provide, so that when we're making decisions, it's a well-rounded decision and not just based on one thing, you know, in one moment in time. Like when you're doing a psychoeducational, that's a snapshot in time of that student or how they performed that day based on what was presented to them. So we have to look at everything before we make decisions. And yes, I do agree. That's why this whole thing has been a challenge, because virtual assessments are not going to be the same as when you have a child in front of you face to face. Just like academic learning is different than when you have a child in front of you face to face.
Understood. There is a question here from Jen Choi in the chat. Do you see that?
Yes. So when will this important information regarding compensatory services be available on the DOE website? This is the first I have ever heard this message. The Chancellor made no mention of this during the CCSE Town Hall 3 weeks ago. So
Hey,
this is
Antonetta, I can respond. I'm on.
Oh,
so
okay.
I got,
So when will it be available to the public in writing? That's the question.
So first, I just want to say hi, Jen. We offer compensatory and makeup services every summer. So that's not new. That's been DOE policy for as long as I can possibly remember. Last summer, we had a robust summer program, the summer before. So it's definitely, there's nothing new about that. Any child who has an IEP that shows for 12 months obviously receives summer services, and then we offer makeup services for any child who missed services due to lack of a provider being in place. So that's been our policy for years. Oh, sorry, Jen. And the COVID recovery plan, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Something different, Jen? You're talking about the makeups that I was talking about?
Generally, and I don't mean to keep, I would like the meeting to proceed forward too, but just quickly, generally, I think a lot of the people representing the special education team here today were talking about how losses or lack of appropriate progress due to COVID would be addressed somehow. And this is something that's been on the mind of every parent with an IEP. And so this is the first time that I, as a special education advocate, has heard anything like this coming from someone from the Department of Education. So this is really big news to me. So I'd like to know when it'll be in writing for everyone to see, not just people who are here.
If I could just say something to that as well, Suzanne. I think that's one of the problems that I have as an advocate for, you know, my child with special needs and other children with special needs, is the information is it's such a gray area. So you just said something. Now I have a child that's 18, and I have a child that's 11, and I've been dealing with IEP since my oldest child was in 2nd grade. So, you know, over 10 years now. And that's the first I ever heard that on the summertime you can have replacement services, you know, or compensatory services. So
if they're eligible.
Right, if they're eligible, right? So that's a piece of information that you know, a lot of parents wouldn't know. And I think that's part of the problem, is that there's no one place to go to get all of the information that you need to know what you're entitled to, what you can ask for, what you can go to the school about, what you can go to the DOE about. That's the piece that's missing for me, the communication of exactly what's out there.
That's understandable. And I think as we're talking, I'm certainly going to make a recommendation back to my folks in the special ed office about posting some of the information more readily on the DOE website. But I really want to be clear, because I do never want to dispel misinformation, you know, and as I said before, the summer services program is still in the planning stages, and we're still working with the federal government, city government, and our own DOE offices to figure out exactly what we're going to provide. But I do believe, and have been informed, we are going to be providing a summer program, certainly for students who have a 12-month mandate. And we expect that to include makeup services, but we won't know that until the plan is actually solidified, you know, from the chancellor's office on down. So I don't want to, as I said, overpromise, but that is something we have done in summers past. The regression that students and the struggles that students are experiencing during this pandemic is lost on no one. And if we are able to provide those services this summer, they will be provided. And the point of once the summer programming is finalized and solidified, the point of ensuring that message gets to families is well taken. And I will absolutely bring that back.
That would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. So again, if there are any questions, I direct the public to the
Online form.
Online form. I'm sorry. Thank you, Louis. For
I'll
special
put it in the chat
education.
one more time.
And if, Louis, you don't mind, put it back in the chat.
Yep, I will.
I'd like to move, it's 8:39. We have a lot more to go. So if, with everyone's permission, I'd like to move the meeting on. And I'd like once again, thank our special education presenters. It's a very interesting presentation. And if anyone in the public has any comments, always reach out to us. We'll refer you to our special education committee. And we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. I want to just thank everyone again on behalf of Queens North for inviting us here and for allowing us to present and meet us. And, you know, thank you and have a great rest of the meeting. And
Thank you
again,
very much.
use the link that Louis put in the chat if there are any other additional questions or concerns that were not addressed here, and then we will follow up.
I see the link in the chat. Everyone should see it as well. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Have a good
Thank you,
evening.
everybody.
Thank
I
you.
want to thank Suzanne. We always love when people from our central offices come and speak to our community. Suzanne, thank you so much for being here.
It's my absolute pleasure. And just I've worked a lot with Mary Jo Pizzicato, who retired, and I've worked with Antonetta over the years, and just want to just quickly say that the work District 25 does is just incredible, and it shows it just shows the spirit of inspiration and what can be done when people work together, and it's a real pleasure to be here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzanne. We look forward to working with you.
And Stephanie, so nice to put a face to
Yes,
it.
thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, everyone, for having me. Have a good rest of your evening.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, everyone.
And Antonetta, so you and Danny will be our point person for our special ed subcommittee. You did a great job in organizing everything. I know you were super nervous. You did a fabulous job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. And yes, be in touch with anything, of course.
And Jackie's camera is working now. Hi, Jackie.
There you are. Okay.
Is she there?
Okay, so I'd like to move forward because we do have our C4E presentation that we must get through this evening. And I am going to allow our superintendent, Danielle DeMango, to present to us. Thank you.
Thank you. I, just so you know, have mine is not so exciting. And I know for many of you that have been CEC members will recognize the contracts for excellence presentation that we do every year. Tonight, I'm going to be working with Paula Latito. I'm sure, I'm just checking that Paula is on. Yes, Paula, you on?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
As you know, Paula has worked very closely in District 25 for many, many years, for as long as I can remember. And she is the district budget support for all of our schools in District 25. I also want to say for public record that this entire meeting is being recorded, but the presentation itself and public comments will also be recorded and submitted as required in terms of contracts for excellence. So this is the fiscal year 21 contract for excellence presentation. So we know, and we've spoken about this every year, that New York City Department of Education receives what we call foundation aid from the state, which makes up a portion of its overall budget. In November 2006, the Court of Appeals decision stated that every public school child in the state has a right to a sound basic education, and that the state has the responsibility to increase this funding for New York City public schools. As a result of the court's decision, the New York State legislature passed legislation requiring that for each school district that has at least one school that requires academic progress or is in need of improvement, the school district would receive an increase in foundation aid, and a portion of that aid would be subject to the categorical spending requirements of the contracts for excellence. The funds were first received in the 2007-2008 school year. Now, these funds under state law must be distributed to schools that meet certain requirements and must be spent by those schools in designated program areas as set forth by contracts for excellence legislation. Now, in meeting with Paula today, we, although there may be different allocations, Paula, you said that all of our schools receive C4E funding, correct?
Yes, all of our schools do. The amounts are different, but all of our schools do receive a portion of it.
Yep. Okay. Next slide. So the funds from C4E must support specific program initiatives: class size reduction, which is opening additional class sections, creating more classrooms or for school buildings, assigning more than one teacher to a classroom, and other approved methods to facilitate student attainment of state learning standards, with priority given to pre-K through grade 12 students in overcrowded schools, particularly those requiring academic progress, schools in need of improvement, schools in corrective action, which we have none, and schools in restructuring status, which we have none. Time on task, which focuses on students who require additional or increased individualized attention in order to raise student achievement, which is our MTSS work. Teacher and principal quality initiatives, which are programs that support development and retention of high quality teachers and principals for raising achievements in our struggling schools. Middle and high school restructuring, which is instructional and structural changes in middle and high school to support class size reduction and raise achievement. Full day pre-K programs, which all of District 25 schools are now full day pre-K. And model programs for English language learners, which are programs aimed at supporting schools in adopting best practices that raise achievement for our multilingual learners. Funds should be used towards meeting schools' overall educational goals. You can just leave it, yeah, just leave it right there. As outlined in each school's CEP, and must be allocated predominantly to students with the greatest achievement needs, such as our multilingual learners, students in poverty, students with disability, and students with low academic achievement or who are at risk of not graduating. The funds must supplement, not supplant, meaning must be in addition to local funding and other grants, and expenditures made using C4E funds can, as I said, must be in addition to, not replace funding provided by the school district. However, SED has provided guidance explaining that certain expenditures may be paid for with C4E funds, even though these programs or expenditures were originally or have been typically paid for by the district or other grants. For example, if a program has been funded by a different grant, but that grant funding has been cut, then C4E funds can be used to fund that program. Funds can also be used for new or expansions of existing programs only. So this is the state C4E funding breakdown which includes unrestricted funds, are not subject to C4E rules and may be used as needed. 183 million is embedded in fair student funding, which is primary funding sources for our schools. Details for fair student funding can be found at the following website, and Lewis is also going to cut this and put it in the chat for anyone who's interested. Restricted funds must comply with C4E guidelines. 348 million is distributed through school allocations. The state has not given DOE any additional C4E funds above the amount it provided last year. DOE is in maintenance of effort status, meaning that C4E funds will be used to maintain programs that have been approved in prior years. Here is New York City's 2020-2021 preliminary C4E plan. So how we propose to allocate the 348 million in restricted funds. So targeted allocations is 30% or 104 million. Maintenance of effort is 9% or 30 million. And discretionary allocations is 214 million or 61%. Okay. So the 214 million in restricted contracts for excellence funds were released to 1,400 schools in May 2020, which equaled 61% of the total restricted contracted funds. Continuity of service for existing C4E programs is what they plan to use it for. And however, if a school cannot maintain effort because of significant changes in its student population or its overall instructional strategy, it could choose to reallocate funds to a different allowable program area. Targeted allocations to schools. So about 104 million of C4E funds were targeted for specific programs. Schools receiving allocations were chosen based on overall student need and capacity to carry out specific programs. For these targeted allocations to schools, funds will be allocated directly to schools for specific programs, including but not limited to 99.7 million for integrated co-teaching classrooms or ICTs, 9.09 million for full day pre-K, and 4.7 million for autism spectrum disorder classrooms, ASD rooms. Next, maintenance for effort, which is 30 million. It's 9% of restricted contract funds. The department proposes to spend these funds to maintain summer programs impacting the students with the lowest academic achievement in the city. How C4E dollars are spent. So other than personnel services, 9.4 million or 3%, pupil personnel service providers, 18 million or 5%, and teachers, 92% of C4E dollars and or 322 million. So proposed discretionary spending of C4E funds for District 25. Schools were allocated discretionary contracts for excellence funds and have proposed to spend those funds as followed. So as we see, class size reduction is $557,022 at 10.3%. Model programs for ELS is 23.15%. Teacher and principal quality initiatives is 36.38%. And time on task is 30.34%, equaling in total $5,698,492,000. Okay, so the breakdown of our 2020-21 C4E plan is as follows. I'll give you some time to read it. And this is a comparison between the city and District 25's totals and the percentages that it equals out to. So class size reduction, these are all the different categories that's listed under class size reduction. Maintain class sizes, minimize class size growth, reduce class size, team teaching scheduling, time on task is before and after school, dedicated instruction, individualized tutoring in summer school, and teaching and principal quality initiatives are leadership coaches, mentoring for new staff, recruit and retain high quality teachers, and teacher coaches. And here are C4E all funds by program strategy, middle and high school restructuring. So none of our middle or high schools are in a restructuring phase. So although the citywide is using C4E for other districts, it is not for District 25. Our full day pre-K programs, 308,000 or 100% of that is going to maintaining our full day pre-K. And our model programs for Ls, the L money is spent on our multilingual language learners, innovative programs to support their learning during the pandemic. So class size as an allowable activity during the 2020-2021 school year. So for that time, the DOE will continue its efforts to reduce class size. One of the allowable activities for which contracts for excellence funds may be spent pursuant to C4E legislation in the following ways. For the 2020-2021 school year, NYC DOE will continue to focus on the lowest performing schools in its class size reduction efforts. And New York State Commissioner of Education has determined that the 5-year C4E class size plan created in 2007, when C4E legislation was issued, is no longer in effect. So now we will take public feedback into account in the coming months as we continue to develop a citywide contracts for excellence plan. The deadline for submitting public comments will be March 2nd, 2021. The public may comment on any aspect of the plan, including how schools are planning to spend their discretionary funds within the 6 allowable program areas, how the DOE is allocating targeted contracts funds to schools, and the public comment process. Educators, parents, and all other members of the New York City community with feedback can email contractsforexcellence@nyc.gov, or I will open up the floor to public comment right now. Just know that it's not, I will answer certain questions about the actual presentation, what's in the presentation, but any other questions will go into public comment and we will escalate to get answers for you. Or if you just want to comment how the plan is being spent. So at this time, Louis, if you can open opportunities for anyone to make a public comment regarding the C4E plan.
Again, we're looking for comments or questions on this presentation. If you have any other public comments regarding other matters, I'd ask that you wait till we get to the public speaking portion of our meeting. Any questions, comments on the C4E? Council members? So Danielle, if there are any questions or comments after this evening, they can go on to the
website
and they have until March. Is that correct?
Yep.
And I put the email address in the chat as well. And this whole presentation, like Danielle said, is being recorded and will be available on the CEC website tomorrow. So if anyone wants to ask a question, they can also get the email address from YouTube. It'll be in the description of the YouTube video for this meeting.
Okay. I'll wait another moment if there are any questions or comments. Okay, so let's move on to the remainder of our meeting. Thank you, Danielle. Always informative, and we go through this every year, right? But you did a good job, thank you. So unless we have new business, I think I had, Carla, you have a list of public speakers, correct?
Yes.
All right, I have one that had signed up earlier. I wanted to give her the floor first.
And then Lamar.
We will move and we'll allow 3 minutes of public speaking time. Jennifer Choi, are you still here? I see you there. Are you okay? I know you wanted to come on.
I just have to unmute.
Sure.
So thank you so much. Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
Oh, great. Okay. So, my name is Jennifer Che. Oh, I better turn on my timer. Okay. So my name is Jennifer Che. I am a special education parent advocate. I and my colleagues, there's two others, along with other volunteers in a group called Protects New York City Special Education. We put together a petition to support a letter that was written by Assembly Member Andrew Hevesy, who's also from Flushing. This letter basically supports a lot of the things that my group had reported in a survey report. Some of the findings are that related services were provided during live instructional periods for core classes. Some of the findings were that so there were very small self-contained classes, such as like a 611 and having a class size of like 2 or 3. There were lots of reports of students having just one teacher for ICT, and lots of reports, maybe 49% of blended remote students having just 1 hour of live instruction per day. And not trailing far behind was 43% of remote students having less than 1 hour of live instruction per day. And so a lot of recommendations were made, and the Assembly Member Hevesy had written them down in a letter and presented it to the mayor. And now parents of children with IEPs, along with a lot of parents without children without disabilities, have put together a survey. I think by now it should have reached 2,000 signatures, and this is just the 3rd day in circulation. And I wanted to just present the links to the council here, and in hopes that you will sign the survey, sign the petition, and also pass around the petition in support of students with disabilities. I'm sure you saw the wonderful presentation that was done earlier. There's a lot of question marks up in the air. There's just so many, and we want to make sure that there's a concrete plan put in place and shared publicly in writing as soon as possible. Oh, is that my time? But anyway, so that's about it. If you have any questions for me, I'm here.
So are you able to put that link in the chat?
Yes, I will. I'll do it right now.
Thank you, Jen. We appreciate that. So we'll look
Hi,
forward to.
Joe, I would like to speak if you have a chance.
Tawana, sure. Go ahead, because I have a list of members, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I actually wanted to segue into
Then go right ahead.
introduction.
Go ahead.
I apologize. My phone died right when you were going into the portion of the meeting, so I apologize for that. I basically just wanted to invite Jen on so that the community and especially the council could be made aware of the petition, especially being that, as you all advised, it was definitely in line with the topic of tonight's meeting, which is the state of special education and also IEP students during the current pandemic with the remote learning and blended models. I also wanted to make a motion. I don't know if this is the proper time, but I would like to make a motion to propose that as a council, we would consider examining the petition as a whole within our own time during this week and next week, and possibly meet up for a few minutes to decide if we would like to make a vote and sign the petition as a council.
So Tawana, I understand your position, but that is something we will take up at our business portion of our meeting, which follows this meeting. So I will ask for new business. Please bring it up, and then we will discuss it then, and we can entertain your motion. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tawana. Thank you, Jen. Carly, who's the next? I think I have
Lamar.
Lamar Hughes from UFT is here. Lamar, you here?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everybody. How are you? Pardon me that I'm in the dimly lit area. I'm driving to and from my daughter's dance class, so I'm multitasking, waiting in the car and listening to you all. So it's good to hear the issues and the debate. I just wanted to fill you in and clue you in on a little bit of the issues that we're working on UFT wise within our district. as we've gotten started in February with our political action component. So as you may or may not know, this year across the city with city council, there are 38 out of 51 seats that will be up for election. And within our district, in District 25, 2 seats are open, District 20 and District 24. So what we've done is worked with our Queens political action coordinator, Dermot Smith, and we've also worked with members of the UFT within our district, people who work and or live within District 20 and District 24. We've held panel screenings, and we're happy to announce tonight that for the District 20 seat, which covers downtown Flushing and Whitestone, we've endorsed Sandra Ung for the city council seat. That was an endorsement that was made from our members during our panel screenings. There was also a seat available for District 24. We have not made an endorsement for that seat as yet. I know they had a special election last night, and I believe Jim Gennaro seems to be in the lead for that seat, but in terms of an endorsement, we'll cross that road, when we get there. So I wanted to share that information. Sandra is from New York, from Flushing, went to public schools in Flushing, so she also works with our Congresswoman Grace Ming, works in Grace Ming's office and has received that endorsement as well. So we're looking forward to working with her. In addition, I wanted to talk about our vaccine program that we're working with the UFT. You may have heard that we're offering vaccines, COVID vaccines, for our members who are interested in having a vaccine. As I said last month, it's strictly voluntary at this stage. Right now, the numbers that we have are 25,000 UFT members have signed up for the vaccine. 13,000 have received placement in one of our facilities that we're working in partnership with, and 5,000 have received their first vaccine shots. So as we are in the first couple weeks of this vaccine mode of COVID, it seems like the numbers are going in a good direction. So we're happy to announce that, and hopefully they'll continue in the right direction. Thank you. Last bit that I want to share is where we are with our testing. So the state average for the state 7-day average is 5.1 at our last numbers. And as you and I talked about, Joe, and we mentioned, publicly here, there's no denying that the rate of transmission within schools is far lower than the rate of transmission in the outside communities. So that's due to the weekly testing, that's due to the weekly response, and principals and staff members and everyone who's involved in that process, superintendents, everyone who's involved in that process, it seems to be working well. There is talk about middle schools opening up I don't know when, I don't have a date, but I know that there may have been conversations about that. Our concern with middle schools is, one, let me preface by saying we would love to have middle schools open. However, the one concern we would have is the numbers that we're able to produce through this low rate of transmission. We've gotten that through working with D75 and elementary schools. Do we have enough manpower within the DOE to continue that at the middle school level? So that's the one thing that we're working on. That's the one thing that we're, I think, starting to explore and have conversations with, is what does that weekly testing look like?
So there were a lot of questions not to interrupt you, Mr. Hughes, but there were a lot of questions in the chat regarding when the middle schools are opening, which I'll direct that to the district office if they're able to answer that.
Right. What I can say is I know there were conversations. That's all I can speak to, that there were conversations. That's all I know.
Okay.
And
all right.
Yeah. And that's my report. So I just wanted to share that with everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Always a pleasure. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Good to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you again. I see Sandra Ung from Congresswoman Grace Meng's office is here. I wasn't sure if she had wanted to make any comments.
So no, thank you, everybody. Again, my name is Sandra Ung. I'm here from the Congresswoman Grace Meng's office. I print out my email. I got one question in my email already. I will be responding to that the next day. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions or concerns. The Congresswoman's office is open to all your concerns. We are working remotely right now, but we are checking our phones and our emails. So feel free to reach out if there's any issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And we always enjoy that you come to our meetings. We appreciate it. Thank you. And give our regards to the Congresswoman. Are there any other public speakers, Carly?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, I'm just looking in the chat here, and I know there were a lot of questions and comments about the opening or the potential or the hopeful opening of middle schools. Danielle, do you have any comments or any information on that?
Yes, so as Lamar said, they are in discussion about that. You know, one of the things that I think it's important for our community to know is that the district, at the district local level, we do not make those decisions. So those decisions are made by the mayor's office, in conjunction with the chancellor's office, the Department of Health, and working with a lot of different agencies. What I can tell you is that we have been instructed to be prepared to open when we do get word that that will happen, which is why I did announce today about making sure you have your consent forms for when we're ready to go back. Our middle school principals are working to ensure that we can bring as many students as possible back for 5 days. So what I can say is, because I don't have a seat at the table about that decision, I do escalate our concerns and our questions, and I say that this comes up every day. But my role in this work is to ensure that we are prepared to open when we are told we can, and that we are ready for.
Understood, thank you. Danielle, there's something in the chat here about reevaluating unrelated cases of suspected false positives. Are you able to answer that? You see it in the chat?
No, hold on.
From Jordan Daly.
I don't see it.
It's the very last comment.
So Jordan
I can
is,
just ask my question. So,
okay.
Hold on. I need to speak. Sorry, my son is interrupting. The rule is if there's 2 unrelated cases in the schools, then the school closes down for 10 days. And this has caused a lot of school closure, and it's an extremely conservative number. And it especially affects schools like District 75, who share a school with like a larger school. So if they have one in the Gen Ed high school and one in D75, the whole building shuts down, even though the schools never have any contact with each other. And so it just seems like it's such a conservative number that schools, like our school has been closed like one time, and then we've had classroom closures. Unfortunately, my son's been quarantined 3 times because of closures. But we had unrelated, and we've had no spread in the school at all, like none. But because they couldn't figure out where my son got his, and personally I don't think he ever had it, I think it was a false positive because he was nowhere except home and school. The school closed for 10 days. That's tons of people that have to scramble around for childcare, set up all their remote learning, manage their children at home. Most of them at our school are students with special needs. It really, really impacts people in a very significant way over such a small conservative number. I think the Department of Health says 9 cases, actually. That's the number I've heard. Don't quote me on it, but that's what I've heard. But 2 seems so conservative to close entire schools for 10 days over.
Understood, Jordan. I don't know, Danielle, if you want to comment. I'm assuming you don't make those rules. It's coming from the mayor and the chancellor, correct?
Correct.
I know Danielle doesn't make them. It's just, I'm just curious to hear.
But I did have a meeting with the Situation Room this week, and we did discuss that topic has come up on more than one occasion from different parent leadership groups. So I think it's important that that is discussed at meetings such as this one, and I will continue to escalate that. You know, on the flip side, what I can say is, you know, what we do know in terms of the coronavirus is that it is very contagious, and I think these rules are to prevent community spread and to keep our schools open. And we also know that in certain areas of District 25, there are clusters of cases. And that is something that we evaluate very closely as well. So I know that this will always be up for discussion, and I was happy to hear that the Situation Room is speaking with the Department of Health as well as the mayor's office, and they are constantly and consistently communicating these concerns. So to be continued if they're going to change policy, but right now the policy is staying and is in place.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers at this time? Carly, did anyone else sign up?
No.
Okay, so if that is it on our calendar meeting, I will entertain any motions to adjourn. It is 9:12.
Motion to adjourn, Monica.
That's from Monica.
I second it, Brooke.
Brooke seconds the motion. So I want to thank everyone for joining us this evening. Always a pleasure to hear from you, to see you all. I appreciate everyone's comments. We will consider what we spoke about at our business meeting, and we look forward to seeing you all at our town hall with the Chancellor next month, March 3rd. Please don't forget to register and to send us your questions. Have a good evening. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll start our business meeting, okay? Thank you. Good night to all those who are going off.
Are we getting some music, Louis?
Are you singing?
No,
for District 25.
Okay, sure.
Because my daughter's in 5th grade now, and I've been trying to find out about SP classes for 6th grade, what the plan is for that, because the metrics to like the metrics to admit kids to those classes aren't present for this school year.
Right. So we are currently working through that, and I don't know 100% if that will be a district level decision or if that will be something that's transferred to individual schools. So what we've been talking about with our middle school principals also has to do with the fact that we've increased accessibility and access for all of our students to take accelerated coursework. So over the past few years, we've almost doubled the amount of students that take the regions across our schools. So what we do know is that we will have accelerated classes, but there are some schools that have, for example, individualized programming, right? For example, 185 and 194. 185 does not have SP classes per se, but they offer multiple regions classes. And when students there, they have an opportunity to choose whether or not they want to take a regions class. And based on school-based assessments that are given at 185 in the beginning of the year, that is where a student's programming is decided. So for example, if I'm a level 2 and I'm interested in taking the math, science, social studies, regents in 8th grade, I may have to take different classes than someone who their academic record already shows acceleration. So it's not that we won't be offering rigorous coursework. All of our schools have that, and actually we have schools such as Bell Academy, PSMS 219, PS 200. They give their regions to every child.
Yeah,
right?
that's great. Yeah.
So I would right now at this time, depending upon the schools that you're trying to apply to, contact your guidance counselor or parent coordinator and ask specifically.
I did, and they said it's at the district level.
Yeah, who'd you call?
I spoke at IS 25 to, I forgot his name. I can look it up, but
so I will say to you, IS 25 will still be maintaining their SP programs.
Okay.
Next year. We are in discussions with them right now about, because so many of our schools are not doing SP programs, around allowing individual schools that do maintain them, that they create their own structures. But we're going to know within the next month or so if we're going to do that for one final year. But this would be the final year that the district release any kind of criteria. So I will, you know what, if you can call my office tomorrow.
Absolutely.
I know you had called before, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, so just leave your information, so then when that final decision is made, I mean, I've been speaking to Mr. Di Benedetto about it. We're going to do a public meeting about it because we do want parent input as well. So I
Okay.
want to make sure that you're informed of when that meeting will happen and
Thank
we'll
you.
let know in advance, okay?
Okay, and just because the middle school application is due, this weekend, but there's no definitive answer before that takes
Right. So one of the reasons that we came up with a district process was
Mhm.
because what was happening, because of our individual schools all had SP coursework.
Right.
And what would happen was, per se, like you would go to one middle school and get into their SP program and have the same grade to go to another school and not get in. So that's why we standardized it.
Right.
But right now, I can say all of our middle schools have acceleration.
Mhm.
185 and 194 don't necessarily have what they call an SP class.
Right.
IS 25 is maintaining it, 237 is
Okay.
maintaining it. Those are our major schools. So I'm hoping that would, or our largest schools, I'm hoping that would help you determine which schools you would want to apply to.
Yeah, no, I'm interested in IS-25. I was just trying to find out, the answer to this specific question. I'm interested in Bell Academy too, but it's.
Yeah, I can tell you this, the combination that we are considering just reduces the percentage of a child's third grade ELA and math scores. It is inclusive of their fourth grade school scores and half of the year, the first
right. Yeah.
and all of this year. Right.
Okay.
So we're trying to really to get this, perspective of the whole child as much as possible. And
right.
And we always want to be fair to students. And that really what is coming first in terms of the consideration.
Yeah.
So if you have any recommendations, call us up and submit them and things that you want us to look at, because we do want parent feedback as well.
No, thank you. And I'm sorry to hijack the very end of your meeting. I appreciate it.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine.
And are we all back? I missed part of your discussion.
And I put our phone number and email address in the chat for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, I thought you were going to put Miss Medena's phone number. I was like, don't do that. It's recorded.
No, I put our district line and our district email for her to reach out to us.
I appreciate that. Thank you for taking the time, Mr. Domingo. Thank you.
So this parent was asking about the SP, which we've been talking about. That and what we're working through. So I'll make sure that I reach out to you directly, but I hope at least you have the guidance.
No, that was really helpful. Thank you.
For middle schools right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much, and get back to the other part of your meeting. I know it's late. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Have a good night.
Are we all back for the roll call on the business meeting?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you. Let's do it. Let's do a roll call. What time is it? It's
9:21.
Okay, we got a busy business meeting, so.
Joseph Di Benedetto.
I am here.
Christine Coniglio.
Here.
Tawana Rivera.
Here.
Rashmi Krishnaraj.
Here.
Victor Lee.
Present.
Lily Guigianti.
Here.
Osorio.
Yeah.
Monica Patino.
Presente.
Edward Kim. Edward.
Was here before.
Okay. Brooke Sturgeon.
Here.
And Anne-Marie Knable.
Here.
Okay.
Okay, so we're all here. I think Ed's coming back. I thought I saw him. I know we have a lot to go. We have to do our STA request. We have new business. We have.
I'm here, by the way. Sorry.
Welcome back, Ed.
Okay, I got you.
Do we have the minutes are on the screen here? So let's vote on the minutes. Let's entertain motions to approve.
Motion to approve.
Monica
Yes.
Second motion.
and Lalik. Okay, so the business meeting minutes are hereby approved. I just want to make a comment on is Juliana here? She was at our meeting earlier. So
Yes,
Juliana?
yes, I'm
Oh,
here.
Good to see
Yes.
you, Juliana. So I just wanted to, I know because You're helping us with our town hall. So, I mean, we'll talk about that. But I really wanted to, because we've been receiving the request from SCA for our recommendation, and we have a deadline to submit that. When's the deadline, Carly? Is it Friday?
Yeah, then we said we were gonna submit it after this meeting.
So we really need to discuss and vote on that if we have our recommendations, and then I'd like to proceed on with the town hall, and then take on new business, right? Do we have, is there anything else we need to do? And then, yeah, we can take on the new business, okay? So Carly, are you able to put, the CEC members get those requests for the work to be done?
I emailed it to everyone, the
Are you
SCA
able to put them up?
I can do one at a time. I cannot do multiple.
We have like 10 of them, no?
A few of them, yes.
Okay, so why don't we, can you put them on? How many can you put on at one time?
One at a time, Joe.
Okay, so let's start with number one.
Okay, give me a second.
Joe, I have a quick question for you.
Sure, go ahead, Monica.
Parents that submits question for the town hall, if they have a question, but it doesn't pertain to their school, do they still have to select their school?
I don't think it's necessary. If they're parents from the community.
I can answer the question.
Go ahead, Louis.
So the only two fields that are required when they submit a question are the topic of the question, just so the CEC can easily organize them, and the actual question or comment itself. Anything else that's related to like their contact information, which is their school, their name, email, and phone number, that is all optional.
Okay, perfect.
In other words, it doesn't get shared, but I think Monica's asking if someone is asking a question, do they necessarily have to come from a school, from somebody?
No, select a school.
She said select the school, right? So they do not have to select the school to submit the question.
Okay.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
I have a question as we're getting this technical issue.
Sure, go ahead. How are you?
Help me, Joe, here, because I'm still not understanding, because when the last time when the SCA came, and I think after that the COVID happened and everything, like SCA does what? Like they do the budget planning as a whole, or is it that a school has a specific budget and they want to allocate, or the central has a specific budget and they're asking us to do a petition to allocate that far
So,
side
yes,
that budget
not
to
to
the school?
interrupt you. So it has nothing to do with budgeting. It
Can I
deals
answer
with
that?
construction. I'm sorry?
Can I answer that?
Sure, go ahead, then.
So, Rashmi, every 5 years, the city makes what's called a capital plan.
Okay.
And when they do that, they decide how they're going to allocate money for capital construction projects. And SCA is the school construction authority. They manage the funding in terms of building schools and making modifications to schools that are over a certain allocation. So we talk about facilities does things, I believe, up to $30,000 to $35,000, and anything above that falls under the school construction authority. So they run PS24, the whole extension that was put on PS24, that was put into the 5-year capital plan and managed by SCA.
But that money is already,
it's
already budgeted. It's not a budgeting issue.
Right.
Oh, okay. Okay. So the money is already allocated and now like schools are asking to.
Right. So as part of the SCA's work with the community and the CEC, they ask you to prioritize any type of capital needs, construction needs in the school, and they take into consideration the 5 schools in priority order that you consider. So for example, a few years ago, 237 needed a brand new roof and it was going to cost millions of dollars. And the principals came and protested and presented to the CEC, and it was prioritized, and SCA took on that project and redid 237's roof. So what you're going to be looking at right now are submissions from principals that are talking about major capital plans necessary in their buildings. Like 379, they don't have an elevator, right? So And then you look at and prioritize what you believe the need of certain schools are in the district, and you put that in order, and SCA considers it.
Correct. So SCA considers our recommendations. So we choose 5 recommendations, and then they look at that. But understand, Rashmi, in the past, our CEC has sent recommendations to SCA, and they don't necessarily have to take them. So we've submitted recommendations in the past, and then I was like, why didn't you even consider it? And SCA said, look, these are not things that concern SCA. These are things that facilities, the custodian could take, the school could take care of themselves. So although they ask for our recommendations, it's not mandated that they have to accept them.
Okay, got it. So we have 10 recommendation or ask for help from 10 different schools, and we have to prioritize it from 1 to 5, and then they may or may not even take our recommendation.
Correct. We've asked the schools to submit their requests. So we basically got responses from 10 schools.
Okay.
So now we have to look at what they're asking and prioritize them, and then present it to SCA. What we feel is we'll vote on it. But there are certain rules that there's some examples of what are capital projects, and then there are other examples that are not eligible, like window air conditioning. So like an elevator. So I know that 379 is asking for an elevator. That's an interesting question because it's not on one of those, clear points, but I think it does mean it's a capital improvement, right, Danielle? It's not on the list of what's considered a capital improvement, because SCA did tell us some examples of capital projects include school safety systems, boiler conversions, cafeteria multipurpose room upgrades, gymnasium floors, exterior masonry, parapets, roofs, electrical systems, flood elimination, heating plant upgrade, low voltage electrical systems, and playground redevelopment.
Okay. So I mean, okay.
We need to look at what the schools need,
right,
and then submit it to SCA. But of course, we as a CEC always want to help the school. So if it's something that we can direct a problem to even school facilities, then we'd like to help the school in getting that done, as we've done in the past. Right, Danielle?
Yes. And you've also, as a team in the past, prioritized things such as boilers or electrical problems or roofs over others.
Correct. Because we as a CEC have looked at things that really, like, we always said school safety is important, but that's why we're here to talk about it now. Carly, put the first one on. You got it done, Carly.
Yeah, I had to go in and come out. Thanks, Louis. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Louis. Okay, so the first request for capital improvement comes from 379 Principal Klager, and she's asking for elevator modernization, correct?
Yeah, can I say something on that?
Go ahead, Christine.
Hold on, let me just put my headphones on.
Sorry. So, yeah, the elevator doesn't level. That's my son's school. So the elevator, when it stops at the floor, it leaves a gap probably about this much, maybe more. Like it doesn't go to the floor. So it's a really bad tripping hazard. And when we were in school, there were 2 kids that I know of that actually couldn't go to their classes because they were on crutches. One had a broken leg, one had, something with their ankle, and they actually had to stay in the principal's office and not go to classes. I mean, yes, they came down and they got their work and stuff like that, but these kids missed classes that were on the 3rd floor and the 2nd floor because the elevator didn't meet the floor. So, I just think that that's like a really important thing because we don't want kids to have to miss classes, on the other levels. And it's a multi-level building, and, it is a fairly new it's not a new building, but it is a new school. So it definitely, I think that that's just a priority because I was concerned about the kids missing classes. So I just
So
want
I'm thinking in the head of an SCA representative, and I'm thinking, well, is this something that facilities could not fix? Is it something
No.
that needs a repair? Or are you asking for a new, is it something electrical? What's the issue?
that from what I understand, and I don't know if is Miss Klager still on? She was on before. I don't know if she's still here. From what I understand, it needed to be modern because it's so old. It's such an old building. You know, it was a old Catholic school. So if the mechanics of the elevator are very old, and I'm not sure if it's that they can't repair it or they can't get the parts for it, but that's why they had said that it needed to be modernized.
So by modernized meaning replaced?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's the first request. Does anyone else have comments or questions on that particular request on the CEC?
I mean, it's pretty sad that kids are not able to go to classes. That's really, really sad for me. Well,
Sure,
it has
I
this,
agree.
that has the, hold on. So has the school thought about for the time until the elevator gets changed or repair for like, so how are those kids were going to classes? Like, did they change their classroom to a different floor so the kids could go to those classes?
Well, Rashmi, it happened right before COVID. So,
Oh,
you know, I mean, the instance with the kids that I saw, like I said, the kids were accommodated, but they were in, you know, on the first floor. They couldn't go up. So I don't know the logistics of it. I mean, the school handled it. I'm not going to say that they, you know, they didn't handle it, but that was one of the ideas, you know, one of the things that I had saw. I know that there was issues about musical instruments being brought up and down and computer carts being brought up and down. There was an issue, you know, there was a lot. Bottom line is the elevator doesn't, you actually have to lift up something to get it onto the elevator. It's not level.
So I'm looking at the questions on the chat here. Number one, is it plugged in? I'm assuming it was plugged in, the elevator. Mary Vaccaro, nice to see you.
No, that was my comment to Carly about fixing her screen sharing.
I'm sorry.
But yes, the elevator was plugged in. The elevator was plugged in.
Well, thank God for that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, everybody. Sorry.
Mary's saying the union, something can try to get it fixed. I don't know if that will work, but you know, our number one goal is to get it fixed, if it can be. Mary, if you can help out on that and get us an answer before Friday.
He's making a call. I'm sorry, I know it's a
Thank
business.
you,
He's
Mary.
making a call. He said he'll get back to us by 8 a.m. tomorrow. So I will get back to you guys.
Great. So that's wonderful. Thank you, Mary. You see?
Thanks, Mary.
So if there's no other questions about this particular project, let's just read the next one, correct? Does anyone else have any questions on this project? I'm sorry about the plug-in. That was funny. Okay, Carly. So the next one is Marilyn Alessi, 129, correct?
Yeah, I have a
question on this.
So do I. Go ahead. You, Brooke, first. You, Brooke.
Well, let's see. What's the issue?
My question is the outside staircase. Since we voted on it and it was already approved, wasn't it? Shouldn't it?
Well, it
Why do we
wasn't
have
that
to
it
vote
was
on it
approved. It was, I don't think it was approved. I think what they said was Mike from SCA, remember he said he was going to go back out and look at it. And so that was my question. Did we ever hear a follow-up on this? Because at our last meeting when SCA was here, Mike and Danielle said they were going to go out, not Danielle or Danielle from SCA, said they were going to go out and talk to the site person and do whatever. So did we hear back from them?
So I have not heard back, and I remember at our prior CEC, we did vote on the stairwell, and Michael was supposed to get back to us. So Carly, or if Danielle.
I have information from Bill about that. I'm just pulling it up right now.
Okay.
So, okay. So basically what Bill is saying, he attached pictures. It says, he said, while the staircase is an eyesore, it appears to be structurally sound. He's going to see if facilities can do something with it over the summer break to sort of fix. Here, I'll show you the pictures of it. Okay.
So the staircase is a facilities issue?
From SCA.
Yeah, the facilities piece. And they're gonna fix, he's saying facilities will look to fix some of the issues with the staircase and the leaks coming into, I can actually send it to you. Louis, can I send them to you and you show the pictures?
So not to
Yeah,
be,
sure.
not to be, beat a dead horse, so to speak, but this staircase has been an ongoing issue for 129 for several years. Sitting on the CEC in the past, Joe's nodding his head. So this has been an ongoing issue, and obviously it's not been taken care of,
Right.
so.
Bill is, I will follow up with Bill to make sure that something is done over the summer, but it's not necessarily something that I mean, it's up to you guys, but I don't know if SCA would take that on, because remember.
The issue is SCA.
Right. SCA takes your this facilities could do something to kind of fix some of the issues that Marilyn was speaking about, which is what Bill had said. So
Yeah.
he's gonna to put something in place for summer work for the custodians to work on. But Louis, did you get it?
Not yet.
What is facilities saying about it? Do you know?
Not a facilities.
Issue problem.
Well, Bill is facilities.
Bill is
Oh,
facilities.
no, facilities, I'm sorry, I thought you meant SCA. But yeah, he's saying it is structurally sound.
Right.
Hold on.
So is it not? It's not an SCA problem.
It's not an SCA issue.
And I think the things that Marilyn is listing here, like the rust, like the custodians can paint it. Collecting
It's
puddles.
more than just rust. I mean, there's holes. So you need to more than just paint it. You need to fix the holes and,
Bill is saying that he's going to schedule that for the summer.
But again, and I'm not being, and I know it's not an SCA thing, but it's something that I think that, it's been brought up before and it hasn't been addressed. So how do we make sure that it is addressed? I mean, I know he's saying he's going to do it, but the check's in the mail, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I know that Principal Alessi's, always, bringing it up as well. But if we don't have anything in writing from SCA indicating to us it's not their concern, then how are we going to go back to facilities and point the finger at them? I mean,
Bill sent me an email basically saying, and that's why I'm saying I will touch base with him. Louis, I don't know why this isn't going to you.
Mercury retrograde.
So you'll see, she says at the comments, we've waited for these projects for over 15 years. We see this as an ongoing problem.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, and I know it is an eyesore, and I don't think the eyesore is the issue. I think that it's more that, like, when it snows and it's raining, they're the old metal steps that, and they get slippery, and you could tell kids not to run and not to walk fast, and they're still going to do it. I mean, it's really a safety issue.
I think, and Louis, I think it went through this time.
I got the picture. Carly, can I share it? You're going to have to share your screen again.
We'll, I think
you hate me.
It could be something that they, but either way, it's something that I would still continue to work with facilities around, because I don't think it's an SCA project.
Mm-hmm.
It would
Yeah,
need
but see, you can't really see the staircase.
Yeah, I
in
was just
there.
looking for the staircase.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't get any photos of the inside of it.
Right.
Yeah,
So this is the staircase?
The staircase is inside this
You
building.
see, you could see the yellow frame as it goes up.
Yeah.
It's the same staircase that was there when I went to school there.
Right.
Oh
Wait,
my God, Brooke.
it should be an SCA problem. This is ridiculous. 15
Right.
years. I mean, this is like a big thing for the poor kid.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will say this to you. I can continue to work on it on my end, but I don't know if SEA, SEA saw this when they did the first scope of their project. They just completed a extension there. So, I will.
Which, by the way, looks absolutely beautiful. But I could tell you that I sat at that meeting and they said that they were going to do something with the stupid staircase at that meeting. And that was what
SCA said?
SCA, the people, that site manager guy that was there. Louis, you were sitting there at the head of the table.
No, you keep telling me I was there. I guess I was.
So
Danielle couldn't be there, so you were there.
This
I have a
extension doesn't
suggestion.
even look, this extension, I don't know who the,
This is not the new building.
That's not
Yeah,
the
the new
extension.
building's to the left more.
Yeah, there's not the new
but the extension is the same, right? This part is probably just the way it is in this.
I think
No,
it was an
extension
external
looks much more
staircase
modern.
that they put inside something.
But they
built-
use it,
yeah.
correct? I think
Yes,
they use
it is an exit for the school. Yes.
Yeah, they use it as a fire drill too.
Yeah, so that should, if they're using this for fire drill, then this should be priority number 1 to get it fixed, because what's the point of fire drill if the staircase is not
Exactly.
safe?
What I would suggest, and I don't, I've done this in the past, I would invite facilities and invite, I'm not sure if Mike Mirasola will come from SCA and have an on-site inspection with us and the
That's
school
what I was
principal
thinking too.
and say, look, you're pointing the finger at facilities. Facilities is saying it's SCA.
Right.
We're all here. Let's figure out how we can get this fixed, right? This way we
I'm
don't go back
available,
and
Joe.
forth.
It's literally down the block from my house, so.
I just don't know if they do on-site inspections with, with CEC members and school people during COVID. I don't know that, what the protocol is there. But I would suggest doing that because we've submitted it before. They've done nothing with it. So even if we submit it now,
Right, it's right. Nobody wants to take responsibility for it. I understand the superintendent he said he's going to do something, but,
superintendent, no, the,
Well,
the super, right. Got it.
but Danielle said she spoke to him and he said he was going to take care of.
Right.
In fairness to Bill is new this year, so I really did mean what I said when I spoke to him. He does everything he says he's going to do.
All right, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
But he's not gonna, I think that if the CEC would want to pursue a conversation with SCA, but he can't dismantle that. That's not going to come down from Bill's work. Bill's going to scrape it and paint it and fix it, but he's not going to dismantle it.
So they're not asking for it to be replaced, right? They're asking if it to be repaired. Why can't we ask that it be replaced?
Well, Marilyn just keeps saying, do something with it.
Right.
So I guess anything.
Repair.
Yeah, repair or replace. Okay.
All right. So I don't know. Again, we can vote on this and put it on, but it's been on a couple of times before and they did nothing with it. So just keep that in your mind. But there was another request with that school also. I saw something about air conditioning and the floor.
Yeah, in the gym. The gym
What
is
about
getting
there?
the gym is getting a reserve funding, but air conditioner is not included in that. So she's looking to have air conditioner put in the gym.
Does
So
the
is
gym
that-
have a window that can be opened to have fresh air?
Their gym is on like the 3rd floor, so all the heat rises up to it.
It's an extremely hot room to begin
I
with.
was in there in the winter with my son for like 40 minutes and we were sweating. It's a very hot
And
room.
I was there one time in the summer and I thought I was going to pass out. We played miniature golf and I was dying. So
I think that's what we did.
And there are no windows in the gym, you said?
I don't recall.
There are, but they're
I
positioned
think they're
weird.
very
It's the
high. They're very
way-
high windows.
Yeah, and it's the way
Very
that
high.
the gym is in the middle of the
in the building, like it's in the middle of you could tell that it's an older.
right, and it's in the
design.
older wing.
Yeah, it's an older
There's been
design.
what,
So
3
that's
extensions? I
something
think?
that you may want to consider as well. I just wanted to
Right.
point that out, right? So let's move on to the next school, right? So we already have 379 and 129 here, right?
379 has an extra request as well.
The
Okay, Is
playground.
this the one that you have on the screen here?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just going by the order I received it.
So this is regarding the playground, the flooring, right? So I remember having a discussion with this. I'm not sure if it was with Principal Klager. This is a school that's leased by the church, by the Catholic school, right? Are they Christine, you know, right?
Yeah.
Are they permitted?
Yes,
is
they are
SCA
permitted.
to do work for that?
Yeah, they are permitted. Renee, Miss Klager clarified that. They are permitted to do it. I don't know why it wasn't done in the original design of the school, but yeah, the schoolyard is basically just blacktop and a fence. There's nothing.
So we're talking about playground redevelopment, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And we actually, PTA actually donated a portable basketball hoop so that there was something for the kids to do. But the fence doesn't go like all the way down to the ground. So the balls go out from under the bottom of the fence. So we had to get like the construction, the orange mesh, like we look like forget it, and tie that to the bottom so that because the balls were going out into the street constantly as the kids were out there playing. So, and a lot of kids fall and get hurt in there because there's uneven, very uneven blacktop, asphalt, whatever it is in there, it's cracked and broken, and it's an old school.
Understood. Okay, so let's move on to the next school. Like again, we're going through these all and then we'll prioritize them. Okay, so that's number 3, correct? What do we have next?
Can
214.
you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
214?
Gymnasium upgrade, playground redevelopment, and auditorium upgrade.
Can you scroll down to the justification for repair?
Yes.
A little bit more, Carly. Too much.
Too much?
Too much. There you go.
Can everybody read that? So Danielle, you're here and you know about facilities. The lighting, isn't that a facilities issue? If some of the lights are not working?
Am I on? Yeah.
And the flooring, wasn't this a problem at IS-25? With the ceiling or something?
Yeah, and also the pads. Aren't the pads also part of facilities? I thought that was facilities as well. The guards and
auditoriums are SCA.
Right.
Away.
That's the third thing. No, but the first thing they're talking about the pads in the gym and the gym floor. So is that facilities, that portion of it?
No, probably not. I would say though, for this school, I mean, I think you guys should read it as what each school is asking for and then prioritize based on what you read, right?
I'm just trying to decipher.
The 3 things she's asking for are SEA, not the pads around the wall. That's not, because I know at 194, anybody here from 194, that the PTA of 194 actually bought pads. Remember we were talking about getting them installed?
Right, yeah.
So I don't think they do that.
Yeah, I know facilities because we had an issue at 21 with the pads and they said it was facilities, not
Correct.
not SCA.
That piece, but however you guys decide to prioritize what certain schools are saying is up to you.
So they're concerned more about issues of that could probably be taken care of by facilities, right? I mean,
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at their current playground, and one of the things that used to happen with the former CEC is, remember you had a member that would go and see all the schools, right? I mean, I know you don't have really time for that, but I would say something to know is that this school is correct. Their current playground located in the outer yard is is something that needs to be worked on, but they also have in the back of a school park space, right? That has basketball courts and it's right, if you've seen the school, Christine, you know streets better than me, right? I pass it when I'm leaving, right? To go
Yeah,
to.
It's on Union.
Union
and
is that third? No, it's not
I'll-
30. It's not 32nd. It's 30.
Right, but it's that school that's, it's if you're going, from Linden and you go to the.
Yeah, Union and between 31st Road and 31st Drive.
There is
Okay, well, I said 32nd. I was close.
It butts up against the park. So do they have the
Very large park.
areas that other schools have? No, but I don't think they have the capacity for Department of Parks to build something like that. So,
Yeah, I don't think there's any space for them to.
so it's not that these children have no place to play,
So now the playground that's in the smaller outer yard, is that their playground or is that Parks Department?
their playground, but it's not, they don't really use it.
Okay. And they don't use it because the tiles need to be repaired? Is that why it's not being used?
Yep, it needs.
Okay.
Do you guys want to see a satellite map of it or no?
Lewis is so good.
I know. Yeah.
Can you put it on?
I think
Sure,
for me,
like
I
it.
think the auditorium seats, I just think that the auditorium seats is a big,
Yeah, I was gonna agree. I agree with you.
yeah.
Sorry, Carly.
So circle the small playground. Do you see it?
All right, circle. Come on. All right, I can do it. Hold on.
Go zoom in, Lewis.
So
Just
do you
zoom
guys see?
in.
So this is the small playground that I think they're talking about. You guys
Yeah.
see my
In the middle of the
Yes.
buildings. Yeah.
That's
at
it.
the bottom of the H, and then this is the public playground. Ooh, it's a big space
It is a big space.
that has
That's why I
basketball
don't,
courts and
Yeah.
handball courts and
But
I
that's not
think
school
this-
property, right? That's parks,
Yeah,
isn't it?
but we have access to the parks during the day. A lot of our, like PS21 butts right up against the park.
it's part of the park, isn't it?
So, yeah, remember we
Right,
walked
but
out? Yeah.
SCA is gonna say, we cannot touch.
Well, I don't
parks."
think but I don't think they're asking us to touch the big park. They
yeah,
want
the little one.
the little one
one.
over
Got
here.
it, okay.
But
And
my
that-
thing is,
yeah.
you have a big park, so that
Auditorium.
shouldn't, for me, for this school, the priority is the auditorium.
Yep.
Because you need
Uh-oh.
you use the auditorium for everything. And from what they're saying, seats are broken, kids, they can't use half the auditorium. And I'm sure it's probably a
Equipment.
small auditorium to begin with.
Understood. So, and this.
I mean,
okay,
can we go back to that? What it says about the auditorium again?
I can
It
stop
says the seats are split, cracked, and broken. Hazard to children. The lights don't function properly.
Agree with Christine. I think the auditorium is probably the more focused. The small playground can be funded by PDA fundraising, roughly about 40,000 for a certain amount. So it could be done, and maybe squeeze some budget out from some of the school budget left over that can be fixed on its own.
Well, I don't even think that's an issue. I mean, they have another area where they could go
Well,
and
No, you
That's
can't,
what-
you can't fix a playground with a school budget.
yeah, you can't do that.
Okay, the fundraise.
Resolution
certain
A,
part.
money,
Yeah, you
resolution.
Fundraise.
Yeah.
But right, Joe's right. You could get Reso-A funds, you could apply
Right.
for
You could do that.
you could apply for participatory
And that should be
budgeting.
put on the
And the
back order.
council folk can also fund that. I know for I think 244 one point in time, I think crew has some kind of funding for certain things as well.
It's called
Right, so,
participatory
yeah, they can be solved
budgeting.
with that. So
Okay,
auditorium is probably the best bet.
yeah. Okay, so let's move on to the next school. So this is number 4, right?
Carly, share your screen again.
Oh, now you want me to share my screen.
You get
telling
by
me
all
the
the schools,
map
then
of-
go back and argue if you want.
Hold on one second. Where am I up to? 201. And
201?
yeah. Hold on. And here we go. Okay.
Okay.
Surveillance system, security cameras.
Didn't this come up at 185? We had a big meeting on it, security cameras.
Yeah, I thought there was something pending with all, I don't know.
What, back when there
I
was
thought
that
Mr.
big incident?
Varone had given resolution A.
Yeah, I
funding,
thought,
so
right, I
that's
thought,
all.
I don't remember offhand what was, but I thought there was some sort of thing about upgrading all the security cameras. I know he was proposing it. I don't know if it ever went through.
When there was that incident last year before COVID, right?
Yes, with the intruder.
Yeah.
The
Well,
intruder
so
who they let in the building.
school safety and safety systems are part of capital improvements, right? So they're asking for security cameras. But I know that we've had this issue in our district before, Danielle. Do you remember what SCA's response was on that?
So they,
It was 185, right?
it was 184.
184 it was, yeah.
So there supposedly was a citywide grant through city council that was going to, they'd put people on schedules to receive security cameras. So I'll actually check on 201. They don't do, SCA doesn't do security cameras.
Yeah, if I'm
So
not
I-
mistaken, they had like a roll, they were rolling it out and they had like a list of the schools that had nothing was the priority. And then they were going to start with to upgrade the ones that had that were older systems that weren't used or broken and stuff like that.
Okay, so I mean, I know what their concern is. I don't know if the answer is security cameras. I mean, if they have burglars, I mean, maybe it's lighting or something else, right? I know what their concern is. I'm just wondering if there's something other than security cameras that can be done there. But they're asking for surveillance. So let's mark this number 5 and go to the next school.
So wait, they had a recent break-in. Was that in the evening over a weekend?
Well, that's what's not clear, right? It's just saying that the
It wasn't during the school day.
it was
Okay,
not, right?
Carly went too fast. I didn't see the rest of it. So what did
Oh,
it?
can you go back to that, Carly?
Sorry,
201?
Carly.
I'm reading from the paper that I printed.
Where do you want me to stop at?
Stop right there.
Oh, good, okay.
Justification of repair and comments.
So they're looking for a surveillance system.
Yeah, that's not going to be funded through SCA.
Right.
No.
Yeah. You
I
don't know
would
what
think
the
that would
lighting
be-
conditions are or the,
I'll speak to him.
okay. I think they're asking for the wrong thing though.
Check where he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's more, okay.
All right, so let's move on to the next school. That's number 5, right? This is number 6 next. What do you have, Carly?
Two more to go
47?
after this.
Which school is that?
22. Yes, 22. Miss Myers.
He wants cameras also.
Same
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, do they mean an alarm system or do they really mean?
Cameras.
That's what I'm
even if
saying,
you-
yeah, and maybe they're
Cameras.
asking for the wrong thing, maybe because they're concerned regarding children with disabilities wandering off, right? So
Right.
maybe it's like a locking system or alarm
Right,
system they should be
like
asking
an
for. The
alarm
question is-
or,
No, so I'll speak to both of these principals about ensuring, remember we had this a couple of years ago where they were putting things on these request forms that were not SEA related.
And they weren't sure what they were exactly asking for too,
Right.
right? Yeah.
So we know if they're asking for any kind of bars or anything, we know that from when Jay Finlay came.
Facilities.
No, that you can't put.
Oh, right, you can't put the bar,
close
right.
doors like that.
So I'll speak to Mr. Seren and Ms. Meyer about this request.
Okay. Maybe they could tailor the request.
Well, I'll also
Right.
actually ask Donna and Julie from the borough to see where they are around installation of cameras, because everyone, all the schools are on a list. We have a lot of schools that already have them installed and schools that are waiting to be installed. So I'll see where they are on that list.
Okay, let's move on because it's 10 o'clock. So it's after 10, right? 237. Is that the next school, Carly?
Yep.
Cool.
Boiler conversion from oil to gas, auditorium seats and air conditioning in the auditorium.
Okay, is there I know, a lot of people like to convert, but is the oil heat not working at that school?
I mean,
I don't know. I'm surprised. Can the schools have gas heating system? What if it blows up? I'm really surprised that the schools still have a gas heating system.
Well, gas would be new compared to
Yeah,
oil.
the oldest schools have oil.
It's
Yeah,
natural gas, not
Oh,
gas.
okay, okay.
yeah.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay.
But my concern is that he has the custodian recommends the conversion to gas. Is there, what's the reasoning
What's the
behind that?
problem?
Is it that the boiler, so here's my question. Is it that the boiler is not functioning properly and it's constantly breaking down? And that's why they're saying if they're going to put a new boiler, convert it to gas? Because
Time a school does not have heat, they need to report that to us. 237 is not a school that
Okay.
heating issues,
So
correct?
that's not the issue.
Okay, because I know that we had that issue at 21. That's why I was bringing that up.
19 sometimes came up with that issue, but I mean, Louis, you could check, but 237 is not one of those schools.
What's wrong with the auditorium seats? Do you know? Is it as serious an issue there as it is at the other?
He's just saying it would enhance and extend its use. He's not saying, he's not really specific in what the issue is with the auditorium.
Maybe it's too hot. But that's why he wants the air conditioning.
Well, right, he has replaced auditorium seats and air conditioning in the auditorium.
Here's Victor. Victor, have you?
Yeah, I've been there. It's really hot. I'm dying there in the summertime. I'm roasting. I really don't want to go in there. The window doesn't really work. The windows doesn't really work. That's the other thing to repair.
But I think a lot of the auditoriums are like that too. There's no ventilation in the stupid auditoriums.
I know they weren't built for that. What about the seats?
What's wrong
I haven't been there long enough, but the seat that I sat down, to me, they were fine. I don't know if all seats are similar. I choose the nicer seats, so I don't. But again, if you just go and look at it, it's the easiest bet. Just look at for all the auditorium requirements. Just go and look at the seating. And for sure, for the air conditioning, that's a major issue for a lot of schools. That is definite. So we may want to do maybe a all around. I don't know if this is something that the SCA does, or it could be under a RESO grant. And I know she has applied for some of these things to RESO, but I don't know if this is one of them. And we can also maybe have some of the council folks work with air conditioner. I know they have done in the past. They do donate AC units.
Yeah, but that's not for us. That's for the school specifically. We're just trying to vote now on
For
what,
SCA.
on SCA. Like if that's those are recommendations that the school would have to do on their own. We can't, apply for those things for them. The school has to apply for that.
But it's something we can ask SCA to do, is the climate control air conditioning. The question is, there's another school that also asked for the same thing, right? So
yeah, there's two schools that asked for auditorium.
Let's call this number 7 and move on to the next, and then we can compare, right? Is that okay, guys?
Sure.
Yep.
Perfect. So we don't know if there's any issue with the auditorium seats, but this is number 7. What's next, Carly?
120. I think the auditorium.
Auditorium again. Here we go. So this is our sound, lighting, and multimedia production system is outdated, and we're unable to provide quality performances.
Is that it? I mean, is it, so it's the sound?
It's the sound,
Lighting?
the lighting, and so basically all the equipment is old, outdated equipment and not working.
Danielle, you're on. Who made those improvements at PS 169? Was that RESO-A money?
That's what I think that's RESO-A. I'm not sure.
That was RESO-A. To the
So
auditorium.
SCA, I think we put that request in before. Didn't SCA turn it down?
Right, because here's what SCA says. SCA does the work because remember, they're the school construction authority. So any kind of major construction that happens, they do. But
the funding,
certain things don't come from the capital plan, right? So the capital plan is going to fund PS 32's extension. It's going to fund 169's extension. But Res OA, that's why they keep saying that go to your councilman, get Res OA. Yeah, Mary, yes, legislation was passed that all schools will be air conditioned, but not certain areas or classrooms.
Only classrooms, yes.
Yeah, I just typed that, wasn't it classrooms?
Yeah, so that's why now a lot of schools are asking for auditoriums and gymnasiums to be air conditioned. So so that, yeah, so and you heard Mike Marisol say it, like apply for Res OA funds, speak to your local.
Correct.
Apply for Res OA. So that's how they got that.
Yeah, so I think, I think 120 would have to apply for Res OA funds.
And I'm telling you, it's very expensive. I know 169 got Res OA money. It was a lot of money, and they could not afford to put an air conditioning system in there. They put fans, right?
Millions, yeah.
The price of things. Just try to figure out how much an auditorium curtain costs. That's all I got to say.
Right.
A lot.
Because I was
50,000 or something.
I think it's 50,000 if I remember right.
Yeah. I was
it's
like
a lot to even clean them.
Well, that's why they don't clean them, because they can't. It's like so much money. So
okay, so this is improvement number 8, right? So it's just, I don't know if that's going to be, but let's call this number 8 and move on to the next school. I have another one, Carly. Do you have it? 237, right? No, Michael Swirsky. Do you have that? Edward Hart?
I did one already. No,
I didn't see Swir. No, we didn't do 121.
I didn't do this one. I thought I wanted it. I'm sorry.
What are they looking for now?
This one, padded walls, gym floor, and air conditioning for
But
gym.
we've been through this.
Okay, so what's
There
the
is, I can vouch and say there is no padding on the walls at 21. This
is a huge school. There's 1,400 kids there, right?
Right. And the floors are, I don't know what kind of floor it is, but I will tell you, we used to use that facility for soccer practice. And when the kids would fall, you would literally like crack a bone if you hit the floor hard. It's whatever's under. I used to say it must be like pure cement underneath because the floor is, but I thought that I don't know. I thought the padding was through facilities, but I could be mistaken.
Yeah,
I mean, if he's asking, it looks like he's asking
For the whole gym to be, it is an old.
Carly, can you scroll up
yeah.
a little bit and see?
And it is used like, there are 1,400 plus kids in the school.
But he's asking for the same thing that
see the concrete with
129, the air conditioning in the gymnasium, right?
Yeah, well, they need air conditioning in the gym and the auditorium at 21. I'll be honest with you.
Right. So, but we don't know if the wall padding is a CA, but
well, I think what they're asking for is just an upgrade of the whole gym, right? Is that what he wants? An upgrade of the whole gym. So,
I think this is really big because it says that the gym doesn't even have a window.
No, it does not have. It's an interior. It's an interior gym.
So this
could be a priority.
Puts a little bit more on a priority list than the gyms who actually have a window and can install a fan through the window.
I agree. Okay, so let's call this number 9, right? Let's move on and then we'll compare, right? Is that all we have?
I think that was the end of them.
That's it.
We have 9 schools. Okay, so let's.
Wait, did we miss any? Because the email has that you said there were 10.
We had 10. Yeah.
One of them probably was the letter that I sent because I confused myself too with that.
And there was 2 from 379.
Yes.
Yes, I see it right here.
The letter to
I
principal.
1, 2, 3, 4. I have your letter here, Carly. But
there's 9 schools. There's 9 schools.
Okay.
Okay. So most of the issues are the same, but for one heating system, but we're talking about what? Stairwell, air conditioning in the gymnasium flooring, auditorium seating, right?
Well, I
And
think
the
the
stairwell at
stairwell,
129.
I think the stairwell at 129, we kind of put it on the back burner because they're going to look at it through facilities. Superintendent said that the guy's going to take care of it over the summer. So I think that's going to kind of cover that.
True.
I don't think that they're going to approve that through capital project because we've been putting it through and it keeps getting bounced back. So,
But let me ask you this. This is the first time, like since I have been on CEC, the stairwell on 129, like if they're not getting approved by SCA, the facilities has not been doing anything about it either for last, I guess, 15 years or something. So it's like,
So what happened was when 5 years ago, when 129 was being spec'd out for their extension, they I think facilities thought they were going to take that staircase into consideration. They did not. So because I don't think it was in the same area as where the extension was placed. So I think now it's just this area.
That's why I suggest.
Right. So, I mean, there's two things that you can look at. So that's already been rejected by SCA because SCA was just there, right? They were working. So I would recommend for that area to have of the CEC ask for a meeting with SCA to maybe inquire as to why that was not considered as part of the project. That's up to you guys and to meet with them. But to put it down as an option, I don't think it would be taken on.
Right, I agree. I mean, I think we should definitely ask for a meeting with SCA and facilities, get them all in the same room and try to pan it out. So I don't think that needs to be a recommendation. I think we can ask for that specifically, right? You think they'll accommodate us? I think Michael Mirasola has always been accommodating.
Yeah, I mean,
the facilities guy.
The CEC has a really nice relationship with SCA, our CEC. So I'm sure.
Right. So maybe we can, who would facilitate that? You, Danielle, or does Carly have to reach out to them?
Carly.
Can reach out, yeah.
All right, Carly, so can we set that up? I mean, does everybody else on the council agree?
For April.
if that's the best
It doesn't
option.
have to necessarily be at a CEC meeting. It could
We'll do a
be,
special meeting?
well, do they do an on-site? Will they do an on-site during
don't-
COVID? Do you know?
So what do
Can
you want me to
find
ask
out?
Mike?
We
Can
could
you
just
ask
have a
Mike if
round
we can
table
have a
meeting, right?
at
Like a
the school? Well,
discussion.
maybe
Wait.
either that or a
Why don't
on-site
you,
meeting.
why don't we ask Mike if he will meet, maybe not everybody, maybe if he'll meet, Joe, I don't know if somebody from the district office, SCA and somebody from facilities, and just talk about what's happening with the staircase. I mean, I'm volunteering Joe, but it could, I could go, Joe could go, somebody else could go, it doesn't matter.
To meet over there at 120 what's the
Yeah, like an on-site meeting. I mean, and
See if they'll allow it, Carly.
Okay, for what
And of
school
course,
again?
you have to get permission of Anna Lesti also, right?
Okay.
And then
And
you have to get,
the school's open, right, Danielle?
it opened today.
Yeah, it's open.
but if
So-
you're going inside the building, or if you
It's
guys
outside
have
the
to-
building. You
be
wouldn't have to go
outside.
outside.
Yeah, it would be outside of the stairwell. We won't have to go
Right, you
in.
wouldn't have to go inside the building at all because you can access it from outside.
Okay, so I'll email him in the morning and see.
Yeah,
what
I mean, Joe, you came with us when there was the issue at 193 and Mike came.
I did, and also PS 32 in the
Yep.
snow.
Right, yeah.
Good.
So I have no problem going, and if anyone else on the council wants to join me, like, I don't know if Carly, if you want to let me know, and then, I don't want to exclude anybody, but if you feel the connection to 129 that you want to be there, and they all say, okay, then that would be a great idea. Okay, so then we don't really need to add 129 unless we agree that they need an air conditioner in the gymnasium, right?
Yeah, so I would maybe put, like, if we're for voting purposes, 129 air conditioner gymnasium, like, just to simplify it, that's what we'd be
Okay,
voting
so
on.
that's one thing, right? Then the
So how-
next school, I'm sorry.
No, no,
Kirsty?
it's okay. I was just wondering, so how many, if we are on the topic of air conditioning, we can just do a parallel comparison and then shrink it down.
Correct.
How many schools have the air conditioning issue? That way.
Correct. Right, so we have 129 wants the AC in the gym. We have 21, right?
So which school
And then
am I
we have
putting
But
first?
21's looking for more than 21's looking for more than just air conditioning, Joe. 21's looking for a whole new gym.
Right.
So you gotta prioritize which part of that you want to make.
Right.
I would think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the flooring is more important than the air conditioning right now, right?
I would say the flooring and the padding.
Yeah.
But again, if they're gonna do a whole new gym, then maybe, but see, that would be coming more in the planning points when they're doing the new gym, about including air conditioning in the project. Right. Yeah, so what we would be voting, we would be voting on an updated gymnasium for PS21. Then when SCA says, okay, you know what, you're right, we're going to do it, then it would be the planning purposes, like, Joe, where everybody sits down and says, okay, so we have $500,000. How can we best spend that $500,000?
Yeah,
and that would be more the school and SCA and stuff like that. So we're just getting them the money to do a gymnasium, and then they have to go through the specifics.
So we're not actually getting them the money. We're pointing out the problem.
I know, no, I know. I'm just trying to say, no, we're getting SCA to agree we're giving them an idea, and then SCA will go out and decide whether or not they're going to do it. But what I'm saying is the specifics of the project won't come until after SCA says, yes, we're going to do a new gym and we have X amount of dollars to spend.
Right, but I think SCA is going to say, look, the concern with 21 is, Mrs. Swarovski's school is the flooring is unsafe and that needs to be immediately addressed.
Right,
well
that's how you have to say it, right.
We have to say what the issue is. We just can't say we want to
That's how you have to say it. The same way with 237, there was actually water leaking on kids as they were learning.
Right, we have to be very specific and show the urgency of the problem. Otherwise, they're not going to even pay attention to it because everyone's going to ask for a gymnasium upgrade or, an auditorium upgrade. We have to be very specific and say, look, the seating in the auditorium at
well, the floor at 21 is definitely a major priority.
I don't mean to interrupt. Can Carly, can you please put 21 back on the screen?
I don't know. Do you know the name of the principal?
Swarovski.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Can you still see what I'm sharing?
Yes, you're good, Carly. Scroll down, please.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, 1 second. 1 second, everyone. Okay. Where do you want me to stop?
Right there. Okay.
And they have no windows.
I think this could be a very high in the priority list because this is just really bad.
But I would say high in the price, number one, the flooring, then the padding and the air conditioning.
Well, I can say both my children have broke bones in that gym.
Yep.
Okay. Angelo broke a finger and Frankie broke an ankle. So,
not that the finger counts.
Yes, it does because it was jammed on a scooter thing in the gym.
Finger doesn't count.
Thank you. I second that.
Tell that to Angelo.
Okay, so I mean, let's point, why don't we do it this way? Because I don't want to waste a lot of time. let's figure out what schools are the priority. So I think,
Right.
right, what we're saying is 21 seems to have a priority, correct, Swarsky? Does
Yeah.
everyone agree on that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so let's put that on one pile. Marilyn and Leslie, 129, can we put her low on that pile because we're gonna deal with the stairwell and she wants an air conditioning in the gym, which another school wants as well.
We're gonna recommend that for Reso A.
Okay, Renee.
So what number am I putting that at?
Yeah,
Just
what,
put it on the
the-
bottom right now. Yeah.
yeah, but that's Reso A, Joe.
That's not even gonna
Okay.
be in the top.
Joe,
five.
what
She's also
about
asking for air conditioning in the gym.
which school was the one that with the auditorium seats were broken and kids were
Yeah,
not
that's
able
what I'm
to
looking for. That's
214.
214.
Okay, that should be very high up
that
too.
should be high up also. So
Yeah.
put that
This
on
one?
top.
Yeah,
Yeah, things that
number
cannot.
3.
Yeah,
And
that's,
don't forget the elevator at 379.
Oh, yes, that's definitely important.
Okay, so that's the top 3. What about the playground redevelopment? I think that could wait.
no,
right?
I think just the auditorium would be the highest, right? And the gymnasium.
auditorium.
Yeah.
And I think the
And
auditorium
what
for
about-
237 also needs the window. I don't think so. There's window in the auditorium or it's jammed. It doesn't work. So there's no air quality in the auditorium. That auditorium is also used by 2 schools. And so I think 1,200 kids are in there too. So I think they should be also in the middle tier or above tier.
Okay, what about the boiler conversion? That is not going to be a
I
priority.
think that's something that needs to be looked into because the custodian is recommending it. It didn't say that there was an issue with the boiler, it just said they want to convert.
So the one that you just showed, Carly, that could be a one above, and right after that could be the 237 because that's an
Mhm.
auditorium issue.
We have to
Auditorium,
pick the
EC, and
top
C.
5, correct?
Yeah, in terms of like, I guess then, because
We have
anytime,
5 right there, right?
This is the only talking about 237?
yeah, 237. Then scroll up a little bit. See it? I mean, she didn't say it, but I guess Victor is saying if this auditorium has no.
I think the AC is more important than the actual seating. I mean, we can take a very close look at the seating and see how many are damaged. I don't know if they're all damaged, but I do know for a fact that the AC unit is critical because the window doesn't work. Because this is being utilized by 2 schools. I think East West also use there a lot. A lot of kids use the auditorium. They don't have a very big gymnasium either. They use the outside racetrack for the gym most of the time. So that's why I think the auditorium is being utilized in many different fashion as well. So it's critical to have AC unit air quality control.
Okay, so we need to pick 5 projects. Is that what it is?
Yes, I believe so.
The top 5. So
we have 4 schools with more than 4 projects, and other than the schools we put at the bottom of the list, right? So I'm looking at Swirsky School 21. I'm looking at Renee Klager's School 379 for the elevator. I'm looking at 214 on the auditorium upgrade and potentially the gym upgrade, and then 237 on either the auditorium seats or the air conditioner for the auditorium, right?
I would go for the air conditioner for the auditorium more.
All right, so is everyone in agreement, or does anybody want to add? Because we have to pick 5, so we have more than 5 issues. Is everyone okay with, tabling 129?
yeah, I guess. I mean, if that's what you guys are saying is the best option because it has been done in the past, and so why
So
not
the-
yeah.
I mean,
What about
129 still
120?
needs the air conditioner. So if we're talking about
Oh.
air conditioners,
Yeah, we have
Right.
other schools, that's what I'm
because
saying.
its
We
gym
also
is not
have-
located where it would have any real ventilation.
Right, I
So
think
let-
129's air conditioner should be moved up to the gym. Should be moved up in the priority list because there is no ventilation. I hear what Victor's saying, but if they have a window and the window's not working, then that's something facilities needs to look at to repair the window so that the window works. Correct, Danielle?
But then what about the
I'm gonna say this. SCA did not do they're not going to do air conditioning.
I know they're not going to do air conditioning.
Yeah.
We've been through that before.
That's why I'm saying, so what usually happens, and so like I'm going to layer in an example of what Victor says, right? So if we redo the auditorium, right? You're talking about replacing auditorium seats in 237. 237 is one of the oldest buildings, right? It's an old building in the district. So you're going to replace the auditorium seats, and as SCA is working that, if they selected to replace the auditorium, then they'll start talking about reaching out to your local elected officials to see if you can get reserve money, and that's how you kind of to do that. And,
Right, that's what I
Okay,
said.
then put down auditorium for 237 then.
yeah, I mean that would be my recommendation, to kind of replace the auditorium in 237. I think the other two priorities that you picked are really good for SEA to consider, right? So a gym floor that's made of concrete and they covered it right over with wood, and kids are falling and breaking their bones on that. That's definitely something to consider. And the use of an elevator is another. But also you want them to look at things like, if you have an auditorium that doesn't have auditorium seats and is it being used for instruction, what if SEA does approve it, then we speak to the principal and we say to the principal, like, now you should talk to them about the windows, and you should talk to them about, and they advise the principal on different ways to go. So it's kind of almost like getting the situation on the map and then building from it.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
In regards to the elevator, I guess I'm not understanding. If they're asking for the whole elevator to be replaced, or they're asking for a repair?
Well, either way. So I don't know if this elevator is like old. Like, it reminds me of when I used to go visit my aunt in Coney Island.
It's a very old Catholic school elevator.
Or it would, they say it has to be repaired. I think they've looked at repairing it. Either way, it's not anything, it has to be, it's non-functioning. I wouldn't get in that thing.
So in a case of rent, because that's a rented building, how does that not fall under the upkeep of the building from the person you're renting from, the diocese?
It's not covered in the lease.
Right.
That's the only thing, is because it's not covered in the lease?
Yeah.
Who?
Well, SCA renovated the whole school, correct? They made the school. So for some reason, they didn't address the elevators at that time.
Right, but don't forget they had to come back. Remember, what was it, like a couple months later? They came back because the pipe broke and we had no gym in a brand new gym floor. The pipes were buckling up and leaking.
Oh, it was hot. I sat on the floor. Yeah, it was hot. You
could have cooked eggs on that floor. It was bad.
Wow.
Yeah. And the elevator is horrible.
So I want to just move the meeting forward, right?
Yeah,
so
please.
Do we have like the top, we have a couple of schools here, right? So it boils down to a couple of topics, right? Elevator, auditorium, and gymnasium, correct? Those are the rooms, right?
Joe, can I ask a quick question? So as Danielle was pointing out for 237, if she also says and thinks that because it's one of the oldest building and the whole auditorium is a good idea to have it renovated or replaced, and however we can categorize for SCA, and it's used by two different schools in the district, that probably could be number one or number two, because that kind of would help a lot of children in one shot. And that and a school cannot go with not having an auditorium, because that's like a placeholder for a lot of things.
Yeah, Rashmi, they have an auditorium though, so I want to be clear, like it's not that they don't have it. So I see like putting it up there, but I don't know if I would do it above 21.
Gym. I think the priority needs to be 21 with the gym floor.
Okay, so 21 the priority, then the IS 237 with the auditorium.
Well, that's what we have to all agree on.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So 237 in their request, Judith Freeman put in air conditioning of the auditorium, replace auditorium seats, but there's not much justification, and boiler conversion to gas, right? So we're interpreting that through Victor, right? That it's the real problem is the air conditioning in the auditorium and the seating, correct? But I don't think they're gonna do anything with the air conditioning. So if the seating is
Okay.
not as bad as the seating in, what was that, the school?
20, some other
214.
214,
214,
then maybe
okay.
214 may take a priority, right? I don't, you know,
Okay.
I just
Right,
wanna,
because they kind of laid out a little bit more
right.
detail. Okay.
So I'm sorry, Joe. So 21 is the gym floor. I'm trying to write so because I gotta.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
prioritize, at least for have us agree on it, right?
Okay, so 21 gym floor, and then you are saying the
21 was the gym floor and the padding, which we're not sure if STA will cover padding, right? But the gym floor seems to be a problem, right?
Yeah,
Well, right, like what Danielle's saying is once,
right. So what somebody did at 21 is instead of putting a subfloor underneath, they laid the gym floor over the cement.
yeah,
No give to the floor.
Right.
It's
So it doesn't-
horrible. Don't see-
STA handles that, correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big project. You got to rip up the floor. Gym floors are
So
not.
that might be a priority, right? Are we in agreement about the elevator? At
In what,
379?
379?
Yeah, but I just want to make sure if that should be number 2.
Oh,
or
I'm not
the-
even numbering them yet.
Oh, yeah,
Rashmi.
that
I'm
is
just
a
saying, let's just
priority.
group,
Yeah,
let's just
yeah,
group them
that's
into
fine.
5 and then we'll prioritize, right?
Okay.
So I'm saying, is everyone okay with 21's floor being a priority?
Yes.
Michael
I'm
Schwartz?
okay.
Good.
And then we'll prioritize them, but then Renee Klager's elevator, right?
Good.
And then
Yep.
the auditorium seats for 214.
Yes.
Okay. Then we have 120, well, I don't know, 120 is just, that's not. We have 237, again, the auditorium and the air
Good.
conditioning, right?
Yes.
So aren't those 5 projects right there? How many
Take out the
projects?
air conditioning for 237. Like Demango, Superintendent Demango said, we just go for the auditorium first.
Seats, okay.
Yeah.
So how many projects we have right there, Carly? 4?
4.
Okay, and then we can entertain another one, right? So let's just see here. 120 was the sound system in the auditorium, which is not going to fly. What was 129's issue? The air conditioning in the gym, right?
Yeah.
And then what else? I'm sorry, I'm just looking here.
I
Is
guess
that it?
everything else is just either air conditioning or
The air conditioning can be get through Reservoir, I believe, or the council.
Okay, what about Klager's playground redevelopment? I mean, is that
She's getting the elevator.
right?
Oh, tough one.
Sometimes they don't give them one and they give them the other though.
Yeah, they might, but the camera installations we don't think are good. So we don't even have 5 if we're not gonna include
I mean,
379, right?
If you
Well, are we including
one, you can do
the
the
elevator?
right,
sorry?
we are doing the elevator for 379, right? So we should just do either the elevator or the
Yeah, I
playground,
agree.
or we should pick another school to give them also a chance.
Wasn't
I
there?
know it's a
another
long
one that
shot,
was-
but I think the one that has the gymnasium with no window one, maybe we could say renovating the gymnasium so they can install some kind of something.
I think that's 21.
That's
No, the one that has the no windows in the gymnasium.
Yeah, but isn't that 21 with the floors also?
No, it's a different school.
129.
The one that has that you cannot breathe in it or something.
Yeah, there was one like
120
that.
129
129
has
has windows though.
has windows, but they're not cross.
I think 21 was the interior gym.
No,
Yeah, the
it
interior
actually
gym that has
said,
no window in it.
yeah, it
That's
said
the
we
one
had
I'm
no
talking
windows.
about.
21.
Oh,
Edward
this one,
Hart
this
is
one,
21.
yeah, this one.
21,
Okay.
yeah.
That's 21.
We won't say it's air conditioning, but we can say ventilation.
Yeah, I mean, so we can have 2 projects for 1 school, but it's in the same area, right?
I mean,
Is it
Is
wasted?
that the same school? Do I have another request?
Well, 21 has the floor is
The
broken.
concrete.
No, the floor. So and
Right.
they're asking, they have no windows in the gym, so they're asking.
No,
for
no,
the
it's
windows.
another one. It's not that one. There's another school that has an interior gym, and then it's like a big-
21 was the only one we were talking about with the interior gym.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, 129 wanted an air
129 is on the
conditioner.
3rd floor. It's got windows, but they're high.
Oh, okay.
The other one.
Oh, that's not gonna fly then.
What about, if you need a 5th one, what about 120? I mean, they need his equipment.
They're not gonna do.
You
Oh.
think it's gonna, we could put it on, but it's probably gonna be low on the priorities.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, I don't see anything else.
Okay,
They're not gonna get the cameras, right?
right, why don't we do that? Okay,
Right.
so let's throw 120 into the mix, and now we have 5 schools, and now we
What did
can.
121? What is that?
121 is the, all their equipment is not working in the auditorium.
Oh, the sound system?
Sound, lighting, multimedia projection.
No, I mean, you would just put that as an auditorium upgrade.
Yeah,
Auditorium, okay, thank you, Daniel.
yeah. So
So
we
we have
got
5 different schools,
120.
right?
We got, yeah, we got
Okay, okay.
21, and then we'll vote on the priorities. We
Okay.
got 237, 214, and 379. You got them all bunched together, Carly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
21 is the gym floor / the padding. 379 is the elevator. 214 is the auditorium seats. 237 is an auditorium as well, right? And 120 is the auditorium upgrade.
so is it safe to assume that we'll put 120 on the bottom, number 5? That's the auditorium upgrade with the sound system and whatnot, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree.
Yeah.
Everybody agree on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we know what number 5 is. Now we gotta do 1 through 4.
One, I would say 21's flooring.
Okay,
Yeah.
I agree.
I agree. Anybody else?
I would have thought probably the elevator,
Put that as
because if the gap is that big, that's,
But 21 has already had broken bones and everything.
Yeah.
So
Like
I would
actual-
put either one, either both of the, either one of them, 1 or 2, but I'm looking at 1,400 students who use the gym. as
oh,
opposed
okay, yeah,
to
yeah,
like
that's
a handful.
379 is small.
Yeah,
Yeah,
All
I
right.
just, though, I do get concerned with 379 because there is no way for those kids to get to the 3rd floor if they are handicapped
we can
or
put that number 2.
injured.
I
Put that
would
number
put that
2.
as number 2, yeah. Let's just try it and then we can vote on it. So number 1 right now is 21's floor, number 2 at the elevator.
Number
Number 3,
3 can be 237.
237.
What about the auditorium at 214 with the broken?
Yeah, I was
ceiling?
gonna say that.
That's number
Yeah,
4.
I think 214 should go before 237 because
Correct.
214 has a broken, 237 says they just want it updated.
All right.
Mhm.
So you guys already had it in order.
Okay, we're done. Everything's good.
Okay, done.
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on.
Oh
So
my
then
God, 10:44.
120 is number 5, 237 is number 4, right?
Yes,
21, 379, 214, 237, and 120,
perfect.
right?
All right, let's shake and bake.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Everybody okay with that? So if
Sounds good.
everyone's okay, just say aye. I mean, do we have to
Aye.
vote on it?
Aye.
Aye.
I.
Anybody nay, no? Are
Okay.
we all here?
Lily
Yes.
is not on here because she got kicked out.
Who got kicked out?
Lily, she couldn't get back in. Something's on her internet.
We could all give a thumb
I don't know how you do that, but.
I don't know
okay.
how to do that.
under
You go to
reactions
reactions and you pick
and
a
you
thumbs
click the
up,
little thumbs up.
a no.
Do we have any no's?
You can tell them to go faster, go faster.
Okay, so Carly, do we have to all sign off on this or am I signing off on this?
You have to sign off. I have to fill it out. You gotta sign off.
All right, is everybody okay with that? Of all
Yes.
council members?
Yep.
Rush me,
Yeah.
Monica, rush
Yep.
me?
Yeah.
We're good.
Good, okay.
Okay, great.
Tawana, you
Good.
there? I don't want to.
Yes, I'm here.
Are we okay with that, with the order that we spoke about?
Yes.
Perfect, okay. So we've decided, we've done that. And let's move on to town hall, right?
There's more.
Sorry. guys.
There's more? There's more?
Poor Juliana, she has a baby.
Motion to adjourn.
Bernie's not gonna live
Second.
long.
Juliana, can we at least see the baby?
Okay.
No, the baby has been fussing and seems to finally be quiet.
Not like the top of his little baby head.
Yeah.
Oh, like
He
hopefully
probably
at
was
our
bored
next
with our
call,
company.
we'll be fine.
He was bored with our company.
Yeah.
Okay.
We made him
So
fuss.
Joe, you want to talk about town hall?
So yeah, so the town hall, we rolled out the questions. Carly should have submitted them to all the CEC members, right? Is everyone getting the questions so far? Everybody's getting the question. So what we really need to do is have another subcommittee meeting, whoever's on the subcommittee, and try to prioritize the questions. We need to see who's going to ask the questions, how we're going to do that. On February 11th, I have a run through with learning.
Yep. Learning times.
Learning times. So maybe we can have a subcommittee meeting before then, right? And then we could do, most of our CEC members are on the subcommittee. I mean, I don't know if we need to have another special meeting to discuss the town hall, or we could do it at the subcommittee meeting. Juliana, that's where I need your help.
On the 11th?
Well, the run through with learning times, I think it's just with me, right? Juliana?
I'm not sure who the invite went to. I think it went to
The invite.
I'm sorry?
I got the invite.
Good. I think Eloise was the one who sent it out.
Okay.
So did anyone else get it? Carly, did you get it? I'm sorry.
I got it with the understanding that they were going to run through how to manage the meeting. And then everything else, I was going to deal with the CEC, the subcommittee, right? But correct me if I'm wrong. I have no problem with everyone else coming on to the.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense for people to be on so that any kind of technical glitches get fixed on the night of the 11th.
Want me to email Eloise tomorrow and just ask
Yeah, then you
her?
should invite everybody else. Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Carly. Yeah, I don't think that you need to. I think not every CEC has a committee to deal with the town hall. So there's really there's no decisions that definitely have to be voted on. I think it's just important that every single CEC member is informed about what's going to happen, and people have the chance to say if something looks like it's getting left out, or, I think that's just important that everybody be informed, but nothing needs voted on.
Right, okay. So I agree. I think everyone needs to be informed. I think we need to decide as a group how we're going to conduct our meeting, right? Yeah. So we need to figure out what questions are priorities to ask, number one. And then we need to figure out, are we going to have somebody from the CEC recite the questions?
Right.
Or a number of people, however we want to do it. Yeah. So that's why I thought maybe at a subcommittee meeting.
Yeah, I think we should have a subcommittee meeting and just go over all the logistics.
Those kinks, right?
Yeah. So that meeting on the 11th with learning times is set for 6 p.m. So that's Thursday, February 11th at 6 p.m. So you had suggested before then, I don't know whether the day before or right before.
To meet with you or to meet with the.
Oh no, you said the committee. I mean, I can join.
Are you guys okay? I mean, we're getting in some questions, but we're not going to have all of the questions, and they're going to keep rolling in up until the town hall, right? So. But maybe we have enough that we can prioritize.
I think we could at least get an outline of what direction the questions are headed.
Yep.
Okay. So can we meet, is everyone okay to meet next Wednesday or another day? Because if we're going to meet, are you guys available?
Wednesday's fine for me.
Yeah, it's good. What time are you looking at?
Any suggestions? 6:30, 7?
6:30 is good.
We're okay for 6:30? All right, so Carly, you'll circulate an email to all the CEC members, because if they, if they want to join, that we'll have a meeting, and you'll set it up for next Wednesday at 6:30, or if people need a different time.
Let me get this straight. February 11th is with learning time, and then February 10th, right? Which is that
February
Wednesday,
10th would
is the
be
subcommittee.
our meeting regarding the town hall. I am not
The
sure, subcommittee. I am not sure if Learning Times is going to invite, that's their platform, right? They sent out the invitation, Juliana.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know what the question is.
I don't know, can Carly just call up Learning Times and say we want everybody to be invited onto the
Well, I'm
meeting?
gonna email Eloise.
Okay, yeah, so figure that out.
Yeah, don't worry, Carly and I will take care of it with
Okay,
Eloise and
yeah, I
Learning
just want to make
Times.
sure everybody's on board. So potentially we'll see each other next Wednesday and Thursday.
We make it a virtual pizza party? Because I'm going to be eating at 6:30. I can't do these late meetings anymore with no
I
dinner.
know. Bernie hasn't moved behind you. He's still there with his
I'm going to move him closer. He's going to be right next to me next time.
Okay. All right. So are we okay with that with the town hall?
Maybe Bernie has something to say.
All right.
That's why he's got that mask on.
Bernie,
Do
stay
you want to say
quiet. We need
anything
to go to
else,
bed.
Juliana, about the town hall?
He said motion to adjourn.
Juliana,
Don't
anything you want-
forget, don't forget that you all need to look at the priorities and, you know, your CEC priorities and
That's what we will do for
concerns.
next Wednesday, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So
But like, I mean, people should come to the meeting on Wednesday with some things already written out and maybe even circulate some things via email. You just want to give people a chance to sort of like, I don't know, I'm the kind of person that needs to think about things. I'm not very good at sort of like shuffling through words in the, you know,
Moment.
yes, thank you.
So
Thank
what
you.
what I've done before at a town hall with the chancellor, and I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I liked to introduce to the chancellor who our CEC is, what our members are comprised of, what they represent. Did I lose you?
No, we got you, Joe.
Okay. You know, what they represent. So I want to give like a brief introduction to the chancellor of who we are. So
Very
if
good.
members, if everyone else doesn't have a problem sending me like a sentence or two of what you stand for, what you would like me to say about you, I would be more than happy to do that. Right? So if we can have that.
Can I just also say one thing that I think it's important for you to think about? So you see today about you know,
Special education.
when we had we had people come from Central and there was that conversation about us having information that other people did not have, and how many questions came up about special education. So even if parents aren't signing up for special education, I think going to the subcommittee to, remember it's only an hour. So we want to make sure that we leverage as many community concerns as are out there. But I think, we should, as a community, definitely ask a question about special education. We do know that I'm sure that questions are going to come up about G&T. Like, we want to leverage that question, like go through everyone's questions and really decide like what's the best question.
So those are some questions that have already been coming in, right? So maybe the special education committee could, meet or, bring next Wednesday some key points or comments that you'd like to state to the chancellor as well, right? Is that what you're saying, Danielle?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, and do it in a way where, there's two pieces, right? So one piece was, I think, and you guys coming up with a question, but you could also layer in kind of what Akila was talking about today about learning lags, right? And so we are worried about learning lags happening to all students, but you may want to layer into the question, especially special needs students. So that's where you get a special ed question in, but then you can also layer in, what are the expectations about learning gaps that are happening in Juliana, I'll send this to you too, because I also send something just from like district perspective, because you guys could ask whatever you want, like I ask what might come up besides that, but this is your town hall. And so you could ask whatever you want, but I can tell you that whole assessment piece and students, students falling behind is a concern for all kids. And what's the chancellor's plan to to support schools in making sure they address that, especially,
Absolutely.
right?
Are you going to join us next Wednesday, Danielle?
Like I had said to any subcommittee, and I said it to the special ed subcommittee, I'm happy to go to any committee that you invite me to be at. I think that you guys do some really solid work independently, and it's up to you. I can come, but I also submit different questions, from my perspective. So that's why I think you guys should work through what you want to ask, and what's coming in from the community. But I just want to say, like, those are things that do come up. We're also a district that has one of the highest multilingual learner populations, and we may not hear from those parents, right? So does the CEC want to ask a question about, how the city is considering supporting multilingual learners through a pandemic, right? Students that have language, language barriers and how they're capturing them, just so you're speaking from the perspective of, your entire district. So if you have a survey, doesn't necessarily mean that our parents that speak languages other than English are answering that. So I mean, just things for you guys to consider about the full perspective of the district.
Okay, so we will definitely meet next Wednesday. It doesn't mean it's our last meeting before the town hall. If necessary, we'll arrange for another meeting. I mean, I hate to do that to you guys, but I just want to move this meeting along because it's 11 o'clock, right? And I know we have some new business, and I don't want to, respect anybody. And Tawana, I know you made a motion on the main part of the meeting regarding this petition. So what really it means, Tawana, are you here? I'm not even sure if you're here. Tawana?
Yes, I'm here.
So what
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm on another phone.
It's okay. Can you talk to 1 minute? Because we're almost. So what you're asking for in your motion is not really we don't really sign off on a petition, but we would probably do a recommendation. We would do a resolution if necessary of what they're asking in the petition if the council members agree to it, right? So it wouldn't be so much as, and correct me if I'm wrong, Juliana, we wouldn't be permitted to sign off on a petition. We would have to issue our own resolution, correct?
I think CECs have signed off on petitions before.
So we can do that? We don't have to do our own resolution?
I mean, I think that's up to the CEC. I think that oftentimes CECs like to do things jointly with other people because it sends a stronger message. So whether that's, signing off on resolutions with other CECs or whether it's signing a petition, as long as you vote on it to use a CEC 25 at the bottom of the petition, that's okay.
Okay, good. I didn't know that. So I don't know if we definitely don't have time tonight to talk about that petition because I haven't even read it, but it's something that we can take on, I'm assuming, at our next business meeting, which probably is not going to be till April, right?
I mean, we can bring a special meeting if that's an urgent matter.
Well, if it's urgent, we can bring a special meeting, but how many special meetings are we going to have? We have two
I know.
next week.
I know.
Right. That's why I propose just a brief overview. If we could review the petition, which is very short and is very clear and concise, based on the letter presented by Andrew Hevesy and 50 other law officials to the mayor, stating that there were demands being made for certain services to be put in place for students that have IEPs, as well as special education services in general. There are even mentions of learning bridges issues that there has been accusations of discrimination taking place against students that have IEPs. They're being turned away by some of the Learning Bridges programs. There are also going to be budget cuts proposed to a lot of the special education programs, including the ASD and Nest Horizon programs. So if we had a chance in our own time just to review the petition, it would just be a few minutes that we could come to a table and decide if, as a whole, the council felt that it was something that they wanted to support, or if not, maybe each individual may want to just go and sign the petition on their own.
So can I just speak on behalf of District 25 in terms?
Yes.
So I'm going through some of the pieces of the petition, and like I said, you guys can decide to do whatever you want. But I do want to say just a few things so you know. If you're signing it as District 25, so we don't have remote classes of that size that's indicated in the petition 45, 60, or 80. We have, Wi-Fi may be one issue, but all of our students have access to devices, remote learning. We have enough devices for any student who would need or require one. Scheduling pieces like that is not necessarily an issue for us. Learning Bridges programs, because we're 5 days a week in our elementary and then middle schools, that's not something that's a problem in our district. And none of our ICT classes have just one teacher, right? That's actually something that I've gone over.
Now, how about the issue that was raised with the lack of services in certain schools due to the lack of availability of service providers? I noticed that when the question was presented to the team.
That is correct. And that is not because of scheduling that's done on the principal's parts. We're not scheduling, if there is a concern about when OT and PT is scheduled, where they're missing instructional time, that is something that we frown upon. And if it does definitely needs to happen, we work through that, and that's what we work with our team. But the issue of not having services or having to make up services is something that I absolutely agree with, but it's not in this petition.
So I haven't had the chance to read the petition.
An hour of live instruction on remote days. That is not something that happens in District 25.
Right,
So,
but there is an issue of a lack of services being provided, and the parents are not being provided with the option of applying for RSA voucher, which I actually received for my daughter. I was never given that information. I had to belong to a special needs group to get that information, that if the school cannot provide what she's legally mandated to be given in her IEP, they have to provide a service right away. And the RSA, actually, they're paying for me to take her to a provider, and she's getting her services in person due to the fact that the school cannot provide it. And when the team member that was invited tonight was asked, she couldn't really say that they're giving this information free and clear to parents, that you have these rights. The parents are being told, wait until we tell you what to do. Just wait until we tell you what to do. We don't have a plan.
And while I respect your opinion, what I am saying is that in District 25, we definitely have our issues. And I'm not going to say we don't, but all I'm saying is there are certain elements in that petition that do not apply to District 25. Individual schools, and we say we work with individual schools. I will never say that we should stop working to ensure that all children have what they need all the time. My only side of the story is to say, if District 25 signs that petition as District 25, it could be perceived that these are District 25 issues, and that's not necessarily the case. That is all I'm saying. Whatever you guys decide is up to you. All I'm saying is
what I'm saying is I have not, and I'm sure that most of the CEC representatives here this evening have not had the opportunity to read the petition. So I'm, as a member, I am not ready to vote to sign on to it without reading it, right? I don't think it's, and again, it's 11:05 right now. I will
Right, that's understandable.
Read it. If you want to have a special meeting on it, we can talk about it, and then we can do it that way. But I don't think, as of this evening, I personally won't be ready unless we take another 15, 20 minutes to read it and argue about it. But, we're going to be on this meeting till after midnight. So I don't know if everyone else, tell me what you guys want to do.
I definitely would not want to stay on until midnight tonight to discuss the petition.
I can say I'll read it. If you want to have a special meeting, I'm happy for that. Go ahead, Christine.
Can I make a suggestion? Sorry. Based on what the superintendent said, because a lot of the information that we wouldn't necessarily know, not everybody in the council is going to know what what affects our district and what doesn't. So based on what the superintendent is saying and based on what I read from the petition, because I did review the petition, I had seen the petition prior to today. I think that maybe everybody should look at it and decide if they want to sign on individually. Because if it's not something that affects District 25, I don't think that we should sign on to it as, and again, this is my opinion, as a district, because it's not affecting our district. I think if individual members want to sign on under their individual name, that's their decision. But I don't think that we should sign on as a district. That's my opinion.
So I agree. I mean, as a district, you're right.
I just want to say something. It's not to say you won't find it in certain schools, but I am going to tell you that our principals are working very hard. This has been a priority. We will work to continue to address these issues during a pandemic. All I'm saying is that some situations in that petition are speaking about programming, and that is something that our principals have worked tirelessly, and it's something that I've spoken to the CEC about. That I do understand where there are principals who have rescheduled their schools 5 or 6 times to make sure that these situations that are described in that petition do not happen. So I'm not saying that there is not certain schools, like there is one school that is not full-time, and because we're working on getting funding and hiring teachers, there's also a teacher shortage that we're all working through. So while I do believe that there's always work that can be done, all I'm saying is,
well, that's why
for a school board, a CEC to sign off on something, it is very powerful, but it also will make them look very closely at our district. And I don't know if that's
so. Do we represent District 25 as a CEC? Our stand is to always represent District 25, or are we voicing our opinions for families of students that fit within a certain category? Do the petitions always have to represent what we are experiencing in our district? Now, yes. Also, we do not know that the parents and children are not experiencing this, but we do know that there is a severe lag in education and learning due to the remote model. Also, the lack of planning by the mayor. We ourselves submitted a resolution stating such, or something similar to the fact.
Tawana, that's why I suggested doing a resolution that's tailored to our specific needs, right? So that's what I'm saying. Very different from signing off on a petition, right? So like Christine says, if individuals want to sign off on the petition, you absolutely have the right to do that. But if we're going to say something as a group, then we really need to discuss and argue, what affects our district and the statement we're making, if it's something that doesn't even concern our district. So it might be better. How do we know that it doesn't concern our district?
We don't know that. Everyone is going to say that the schools are performing high, the principals are trying their best, they're doing the best they can. That is not going to help every child. When my child goes to get a job, when she's 25 years old, when she goes to start her career, she can't have on her resume, during remote learning in the pandemic, I was unable to get so-and-so services, but could you please consider me to be hired? They're not really going to care that D25 did the best that they could. They're not going to care about that.
Well, that's why we need to discuss it, right? We just can't start with these are important things, very valid points, but
if you want, the subcommittee can try to put something together.
Off on it. We have to discuss it, right? Argue it. And I agree with you, but maybe, the right way of doing it is through a resolution, right? Or if we all agree and argue it.
Right. I think Akila hit the nails on the head. I think the subcommittee should look at what addresses our district and put something together, what affects our district and our needs.
Correct.
We can also bring it back to the table based upon, how we feel, because we can't always just look at the district, because at the end of the day, we're still all parents advocating for
Yeah,
our
but
children.
no, but you know
It's
what,
no but,
Akila?
Chris. Everybody has an opinion and everybody
Yes, but
has
we
their
are
way.
a district.
Right,
we
but we're here for
represent
the
District
parents and
25.
children as well. And if we are trying to collaborate and try to come forceful for this petition, and the CEC 25 is backing it, and we're doing it in numbers because numbers count, it may hold some weight. But it's just something to look at. It's not written in stone, but at the end of the day, numbers do count. We're not just putting in this information. The petition is not against District 25. The petition is for everywhere, for everyone, based upon the students and the parents. And if we're in the CEC to help children and parents, right? This is what it's for, to help the children and the parents. So if this is something that we need to really have a conversation about, because it may be very important that we do come in as the CEC, and because we have numbers here and we're coming in powerful under the name. That's what she's talking about.
Can I ask Juliana? It is important that we definitely have these things put on the table. Is there a, as a CEC, can we go outside of our district to represent, even though it's not necessarily entirely affecting our district? Is that something that's done?
So yes, like
we want to show support to other districts. Like we feel we're not having that problem, but we get it, and we want to show that we're in it with you. You know, is eventually, like Akila said, Shawana said, it affects all of us as parents. But is that something that the CEC would normally do, is to represent outside of something that's not affecting them directly?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think that what I would want to do is I would want to sort of, when it's not 11 o'clock at night, I would want to check my read with like some other people at FACE, because I think that it's possible that a resolution from CEC 25 on specific issues that specifically affect parents in District 25 puts a spotlight on District 25 and puts a spotlight on those as like district specific issues. To sign off on a petition that is more of a citywide, I think that it's possible. I mean, the superintendent, like, I don't want to, what I'm saying is the opposite of what you just said. Like you said, this could be perceived as being issues that District 25 struggles with. It's also possible.
May not now, but may potentially, but to have a show of solidarity with other districts. Is that
right? And so my work in District 25 as your superintendent is to give that perspective. So I was very clear in that you decide as a CEC what you want to say as a CEC, and I will never say not to, but I also believe that my job is to speak for the work that we do in the district. And that is, when the CEC signs off on something, it does hold weight. And yes, you are there to support parents, but I also think that in working with the CEC and parents in the community and our leaders working together, we've been able to not have certain things happen. Not to say that other things don't, but I am just speaking for the people in the district that do the work to ensure that some of these things don't happen. I'm not saying that you guys.
So what you're saying is some of these concerns that Tawana, Akila, everyone has may not necessarily apply to our district, but it might bring the attention that it does apply to our district. So we're giving a mixed message is what you're saying, right?
That's my perspective.
That's your perspective on it.
And it's understandable. I can see that as well, but that's what I said. It's better to have that conversation and not, try to shoot it down because something might be relevant within that conversation to bring everybody to the same, or close to the same line of where we want to go with this. You understand what I'm saying?
One thing also present in that petition is something that the subcommittee brought up, right? Prioritize hiring of special ed teachers.
Right.
So it's not to say that there's not certain things that are present. All I'm saying is that there are certain things that we have worked hard as a district to make sure it doesn't happen with our students. But that's up to you guys.
Maybe a resolution might be the better answer, but look, we'll take arguments on it. I think we definitely should have a special meeting about it and decide what you guys want to do, either sign off on the petition or do a resolution. But you know, it's something that we really need to have an extensive conversation over. It's not something we can just rush in, you know, at 11:16 at night and say, look, I'm signing off on it. Because if we're saying it as a CEC, then we all have to agree on it. And again, if I want to sign off on the petition as Joe DiBenedetto parent, or even, you know, CEC member, but as individually, I will sign off on it. But if you want to do it as a group, that's a more powerful statement. So
and that's a conversation piece.
Yes, that's a conversation piece.
Which is fine. I mean, we can
read the petition first and then be.
Yeah, let's read the petition. Because honestly, I haven't read the petition. So I don't even know what applies.
I got the email, but I didn't read all of it. But like I said, it could be something done, you know, Tawana, you can hop on to the committee. You know, just the conversation needs to be had, not thrown out or, you know, redirected. We need to be able to have that conversation so that it can either be brought back to the members or everybody can voice their opinion about it. But shooting it down, no.
Yeah, well, I don't think anybody shot it down.
Yeah, I'm going to speak to that. I'm going to speak to that because I did not shoot it down.
Christine, before you speak, I just wanted to say that I wanted to bring it to the council's attention because I was approached by someone that knew I was in the council. And I didn't want to go and present my opinion as the council's opinion. I know that we are all a group. So I said, instead of doing that, how about I present it to the entire council as a whole? And if we wanted to, you know, have a united front, we can do that. Or if we wanted to do our own personal thing, we could do that as well. A lot of times members of the council are persecuted for doing things and so that it may be implied that they were speaking for the entire council. I did not want that to happen.
No, you did the right thing, Tawana. You made the motion, which I respect. And, you know, this is the time that we entertain it. But I think, I don't think that we can sign off so quickly without reading it. We really need to have a detailed meeting about it because it is a serious issue, right?
That's understood. That's definitely understood.
But nobody's being, I don't think anybody shot anybody's opinion down. We all have equal opinions here and we need to discuss it. So that's something, if you want to take on in a special meeting, if you want to deal with it, you know, before our next business meeting, which we may have to because our next business meeting is not going to be till April. So I would suggest that the special committee have a discussion about it. And maybe we can have a special meeting after that and take a vote on it, on what to do. Did I lose everybody?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Did anyone else have anything to say?
I agree with Joe. I think everybody said their opinion is great, but I don't think so we can decide right now what to do. So I guess read up and then have somebody set up a special meeting and we decide again. I think that's a fair way of approaching it. So we don't need to make any decision right now. We just need to read it and then set up a special meeting.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, so I think there's more items, new business. I think Monica wanted to say something. Monica, you there? You still here, Monica?
I'm sorry, my laptop died on me.
Are you connected? Are you plugged in?
Yeah, I'm just, all right, can you hear me?
Yes.
I had to switch laptop. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us, Monica?
Can you hear us?
Monica, can you hear us?
I can't hear you. Now I can hear you. Okay.
We can.
All right, so I'm sorry, Joe, I didn't hear you in the beginning. What did you say?
So I'm asking about any new business. I think you had indicated you wanted to talk to something.
Yes, I did. Currently UFT is collaborating with Apple, and then they want to offer a workshop to parents regarding Apple devices, how to use them, like how to get started, have some knowledge in it. And like I was speaking to Joe earlier, that we wanted to see if we could start with District 25. Mary was on the meeting and she was going to talk a little bit about it, but she had to jump off. So we wanted to know what was your opinion. This is a great opportunity that it's for free. Apple's willing to do it for free, and it's to teach parents how to utilize the Apple apps, iPads, so they could have some type of knowledge. Especially now, the kids are trying to be very, very sneaky, and show the parents just a basic, but this gives them a little bit more of knowledge regarding how to use the devices.
So the reason why I thought that it was, I wanted you to say that, Monica, is because I know Rashmi, was discussing certain workshops. I'm sorry, it's really late. About reaching out to help parents. So this might be an opportunity that might fall under that, and it may be something that we may not have to allocate funds to, right?
Correct. This is completely free. And then since I found out about it, so I'm like, oh, you know what? This would be a great opportunity, especially for parents, because some parents come up to me that they want to learn how to use the devices. There's a background noise. I can't hear myself.
We hear you. I hear you.
Okay. So then, so I thought that this would be something good, because I remember that Rashmi wanted to do some workshop for parents, and I think this is a great opportunity for it. And they will have different type of courses, a workshop for parents, like how to get ready with how to get familiar with Mac, iPad. If the kids need help, how to create any like little pictures with sounds, and they teach this. I took 3 of them already, so it's really good.
So what do the other members think? Is this something that we could entertain?
I have a question about it. Monica, would you know if it's just straight iPads, like the Apple issued one, or the DOE? Because using them is completely different.
Yeah, it's straight up iPad. I don't think it's with the DOE, because I know with the DOE there's restriction.
It's completely restricted.
Yeah.
You
can't download anything. Yeah, it's just to have some basic knowledge on how to use an iPad, but it's straight up with Apple, no DOE Apple iPad. Because I know my son has one, and it's restricted, and I'm like, dang
I would
it.
like to learn how to use the DOE ones better.
So I have a question. Can I say one thing about this? So we have a collaboration with Apple also, and they are able to work within the constraints of the DOE, right? So it's not a problem. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like they use it. I mean, they're not going to tell you how to break through DOE stuff like that, but they do know the limitations of the DOE. So the work that they do with our teachers, they're actually able to help kind of manipulate certain programs. So I don't think that would be an issue with them, that it's just specifically DOE, because once you can get into the iPad, they know what's blocked and what's not. So that wouldn't be an issue.
And with the course, you don't really need an iPad at that moment. It just shows you how to do basic stuff. And then he'll give his information if you need any additional help. I mean, like I said, I took 3 of their workshops so far, and it's been really good. And I thought it would be a great opportunity, especially for parents that need a lot of help with these devices.
So you're saying that this is something that we should present to the community, that these workshops are being offered, rather than, right? So
yeah,
rather than have them come to our meeting.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, not during the CEC. This is something that they could even do it during maybe spring break.
Right.
So they have the time and everything.
So
it's just a thought.
I like the idea. Danielle, a quick question on that. Does every school in District 25 have Apple?
No.
Okay.
No, some of them are no.
So is there more schools with Apple than less schools?
We have a lot of our schools do have Apple. They have and some have a combination. I can get that.
Teacher center.
Yeah, I can get that for you. A lot of our students have iPads, especially because of the pandemic. So yeah, I can get that information for you. But a lot of them do have Apple.
Okay.
Good, interesting.
So you just let me know if you guys are interested, and then I'll take it back with me.
I guess like Joe was saying earlier, it's a great idea, but at 11:30, I think our brain is all, I can't, literally, I kid you not, all of you are coming hazy. I can't see anybody anymore.
I know, it's really late. So let's, like, I would entertain it. We can bring it up for future discussion. Is that okay, Monica? I mean, if we want to do it, I'll touch base next week, right? We can try to discuss it again and roll it out for spring break if you want to do that, right?
All right, not a problem.
I like that idea. Danielle, in the meantime, could you give us between, if it's possible, like how many schools have apples and how many schools do not have apples? So it's easy. Okay.
I'm gonna actually text Lewis right now and ask him to do it tomorrow.
And knowing Lewis, he'll do it in 5 minutes.
Okay, so I want to move the meeting along and conclude if we can. Is there any other new business? Rashmi, do you have anything to say? I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful.
No. The person that I think Anne Marie gave I have been doing a lot of asking and walking and asking people about the workshops. So people are not getting back in good time. And the one person who did get back to me, I only replied to him today and I CC'd all the subcommittee member. So let's see where that leads to. I'm hoping that by the time we meet next week, we will have some information regarding some workshop, and then we can just talk briefly on that, touch base on that.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna meet next week to to discuss the town hall, but we'll take a minute or two to discuss what you want to discuss and what Monica wants to discuss, just to
sure.
And I think the discussion with the petition, it takes on like a full meeting. I don't think that's going to be something we can talk about in 5 minutes. I think we really need to debate it and talk about it. So I want to give them time. So, we may have to call for a special meeting on that after the special education meeting, subcommittee meets. Am I being?
Yeah, that's fair.
Are we okay with that, guys?
Yes.
Juana, you okay with that, Akila?
Yes.
Cool, okay. Is there any other new business?
Meeting adjourned.
Yes. Second.
Who motioned, Monica?
No, Akila first, me second.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you. I'll talk to you next week.
Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I apologize. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Night, Esther.